It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
66 degrees right now, but it's going to get hot.
Oh, yeah. Humid.
High of 86 degrees. Not only that, we got some potential lightning and thunder.
Jesus.
Or thunder and lightning, depending on how you want it. Around dinner time, you drive home, so keep an eye out for that. Humid, and again, it's going to be hot until the weekend gets going, so... Suck it up, bitches. Let's start today's show with a fun, cute story.
Oh, I love a cute story.
There's a little man from our area who's about to do big things, buddy.
Oh.
His name is Mason Wager?
You tell me.
I don't know. I'm just reading it. I don't have his name pronounced to me.
Okay.
But he is from Penn Yan. He is 7 years old.
Wait, 7?
He's 7 years old. I didn't even tell you what he does, and you're surprised. There's 7-year-olds out there?
A 7-year-old doing anything is amazing to me because usually they can't do a damn thing.
Mason has qualified for the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship.
But he's running dirt bikes?
Yep, it is the
At 7?
It's the largest amateur motocross race in the world.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like all of the best motocross racers on the planet apparently got their start at this race. He is 7 years old. He is in first grade, and he will be taking the trip to Tennessee to race in this race.
So is he up against other 7-year-olds on dirt bikes?
I would hope so.
God
I mean,
damn.
those kids all start young. Like they're toddlers on those things.
So I was unaware of this. This is all mind-blowing to me.
I didn't think he would do it this young.
Me neither. I thought 7 was insane. It says he's been riding for over a
Yeah.
year.
It's super dangerous. What?
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Spoken like a true grandpa.
I didn't know. Yeah, the bitch hour started.
It's super dangerous.
No,
like motocross, some of these guys really get effed up.
No, it would be tough to watch. It would be tough to watch my kid
I would be
participate in any sport where like you're just kind of holding your breath the whole time, you know?
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It is becoming apparent this is a world I knew nothing about based on the fact that, one, we were unaware that kids that young did this. Two, that there's like a national place for them to go.
To compete.
Yes, to compete against each other. Like I'm looking at a picture of Mason right now. He had won some kind of race. He's holding up a big old ticket. This looks like the qualifier for the event he's going to.
Yeah.
And
he's holding up a what?
He's like, it's like a big ticket, like admit one to this like, race, right? But his helmet's off, he's on his bike, and there's a picture, there's a bottle of like grape juice that looks like champagne in front of him.
Oh. All right,
like super
celebrate.
cute. Yeah. But he's in all this like riding gear. It's adorable. It's adorable. Super dangerous.
It is though, man. Yeah, it's cute when they're stopped.
Good catch.
Yep.
So this kid has won 23 motocross races in the last year.
Holy Christ.
It says he competes every weekend throughout the North and Midwest. And his mom, dad, his brothers, and his, quote, best dog, Charlie. That's how you know this kid's country. He's got a best dog.
Yeah, and he travels.
He's my best dog, and he's coming with me in case we see a pheasant along the way. So he'll be racing, it looks like this weekend. It looks like it started yesterday. And this is what sucks, man. The things you do for your kids, for their sports and things, the family will be camping on site for the week-long event.
Yeah.
So not only are they taking the kid to go race, but the entire family and their best dog will be camping all week in Tennessee. That sounds awful.
Yes, because it's going to be in some way out area of Tennessee.
What are you talking about? Why? Why do you say that?
Way up in them hills.
Down in the West Tennessee town of... No, it said the name. I had never even heard of the town.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, here it is right here. Hurricane Mills, Tennessee.
Hurricane Mills?
Hurricane Mills,
even this
Tennessee.
town sounds dangerous.
What's the most dangerous activity you guys did when you were little? I know you didn't play any, like all of your activities were like throw rocks and stuff.
So building ramps and doing those jumps when I was a kid was probably the thing I would have like hurt.
Were your parents aware that you were doing
this?
Oh,
yeah.
And they didn't stop you?
Oh. I mean, it was,
Well, I'm asking.
I wasn't bothering them. They were fine.
I feel like if Tommy was a little kid today in his situation,
as opposed to the little man
he would have been motocross kid because your dad would have absolutely bought you all those toys.
You're right. You did have a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have been a boat kid, but you definitely would have been a dirt bike kid.
She's right, you know.
Well, it looks fun. Until it ain't.
Until it's not. Kimmy, what was the most dangerous activity you did when you were a kid?
I don't know. I wasn't a risk-taking kid.
Well, you're
so
also
a
girl.
Well, I just remember like
There are girls who do motocross.
Yeah.
Now.
Like I do remember kids. They came from families that had all those toys. So like I said, they grew up on those things. Like probably from the second they could walk.
But I mean, all of us had something. I mean, I find it weird that there wasn't anything you did when you were a kid where it was like, oh, you look back and it's like, I can't believe we survived doing that.
Like a sport?
Maybe a sport, things you do with your friends in the neighborhood, anything like that. Like a regular thing on a regular basis. For example, I've told you guys, I was a kid when the movie Cool Runnings came out.
Yeah.
You know, the Jamaican bobsled team. And Ben Meinhold, he lived in our neighborhood. He had a super steep driveway on a black, like a corner you couldn't see. It was a blind corner. And we would get in the radio flyer wagon and we would play Cool Runnings and we would throw ourselves down this steep driveway into the blind corner into the street.
And those wagons always flip. They never stay on all four wheels.
2 out of 3 times we dump ourselves sideways. So not only were we getting road rash all over the place, we were running the risk of being just obliterated by any car that wouldn't have been able to see us. Nobody ever stopped us.
Well, any kid that was ever on a skateboard for the first time was a dangerous thing.
Did you ever do the skateboard thing, Kim?
Yeah, but I think I wiped out once as like a little kid, and then after that, I would just sit on it and roll down the driveway. Like
Tony Hawk started that.
I'm telling you, it only took me getting hurt once on something, and I didn't want to do it again.
Because like it is weird, like. For the way things have gone, because I think parents are definitely more cautious now about their kids, which and like the activities they do, which is why I think this story is also so surprising. And I'm not judging these parents, right? Like it's just not of my world. I don't know anything about it, right? But like the 7-year-old kid going to compete in Tennessee for this motocross national championship thing. I also came of age when like the X Games culture was like blowing up and towns started building skate parks. So Parma was one of the first places to build a skate park.
Yeah, I wasn't going near that place.
So
way too scared.
My mother, and this was probably in the late 90s, so I was in middle school with my buddies, would drive us from Gates all the way out to Parma, which was probably a 25, 30 minute drive.
That's a hike.
Drop us off for 2 hours in the middle of nowhere and let us skateboard and rollerblade at this skate park with no adult supervision.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And I remember she got really mad. She came back one time and we weren't there because we had walked up the street to go get drinks at this gas station. And she's like, I can't believe you walked on that road that's kind of busy. And it's like, hey, I've just been like...
waiting.
Flying up and down these ramps with absolutely no training or any adults watching us in any single way.
Well, I'm thinking of the stuff that I did with adult supervision that was stupid. Even like when I went to summer camp, that we had archery, we had scuba diving. They let us shoot 20 gauge shotguns.
Okay, now we're getting there.
Horseback riding. All that was under adult supervision. And I remember when they taught us scuba diving. It was in a pool that they had it, right? So I remember this old Southern jackass. The first thing he shows you the scuba tank, right? And he goes, "This here is technically a bomb. It's that valve up top. If it gets clipped, you're gonna be done for. So put that on your back. Put this tube in your mouth there, and don't be horsing around in the pool. And we're gonna teach you how to scuba dive." So like the first thing he tells you, this thing's a bomb.
Well, maybe that's so you would take it serious?
Yeah, but now I'm like wetting myself before I wet myself.
You're in the pool, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, no, because if he did tell you that, you're right. You guys probably would have been doing cannonballs at each other's tanks.
I mean, I remember a big thing as a kid. Any kid who had a trampoline and a pool, you were at some point, if their parents weren't home, moving that trampoline next to the pool.
You know, okay, I don't know if I've told you guys this story before.
What's that?
You just jogged maybe it was a repressed memory.
Yeah.
The trampoline is by far the most dangerous thing you could put in your backyard.
Oh, yeah.
But again, Kimmy, when we were kids, like that's when the trampoline boom happened.
But it didn't even have all that support system around it, right? It was just a bare-ass trampoline.
Yeah.
Straight up, uncut, pure Columbia trampoline. So, like, down the street from my house, there was this family who owned a trampoline, but they didn't have any kids.
Oh.
So it was this guy. He was like an older cat. And I think he had grandchildren, like one of them. But it was like a weird situation where it wasn't like his actual grandkid. They just kind of called him grandpa. Like, we didn't really know.
This doesn't sound good.
But the kid, like, he went to school with us, but he didn't live in our neighborhood. So every once in a while, he'd, like, be around and be like, hey, you want to come jump on my trampoline?
Right.
Be like, yeah, awesome. So then, like, one day we go, like, we didn't know the kid didn't live there.
Right.
You know, right? So we knock on the door and was like, hey, is Jeff there? And he's like, no, but if you want to jump on the trampoline, feel free. So the guy would just, like, let us jump on the trampoline. And then I also remember one day... Jesus, this is terrible now that I'm saying it back out loud. He came out with a hose, and he's like, it's more fun to jump on the trampoline if the trampoline is wet.
Who said this?
This is the old man who lives in the
slide
house.
around on it.
He goes,
Very-
you should try it.
He was
dangerous.
filming your ass. Yeah, you're on some tape somewhere. There's probably some German executive right now enjoying this, and he paid like $10,000 for this tape to watch.
No, but like,
Yeah.
no, but
Das wet.
he would like spray down the trampoline.
Bro, that's a
And we'd all
pedophile.
take our shirts off so our shirts wouldn't get wet.
Yeah. Then you had wine lollipops.
Now that you're saying this out loud, different
Bro, this
different memory,
this is a
huh?
pedophile.
This is terrible. Like,
Yeah.
no,
Oh
yeah,
my
well,
God.
even okay, let's
You were at Chippendale,
Listen,
didn't
though.
know it.
take the creepiness out of
Yeah.
it. Just the fact that somebody would put other people's kids at risk in that
Right.
way.
Well, but here's
You know
the
what I
thing.
mean? Because you could have slid off that. Like the amount of ways you
100%.
just could have gotten hurt on that.
multiple times I
Yeah.
fell off of the trampoline,
Yeah.
jumping. I'm like, you fall, okay,
Getting
you get
stuck
back
in
on.
the springs.
But like now that I'm thinking about it, like I explained to my mother I was going to this house with a trampoline, and she'd be like, okay. And my dad was a cop, and no one was ever like, hey, be careful, you.
Yeah, but that was never that was never even a thing.
It
but-
was it was like 97, 98. Like it was a thing at the
Well,
time. It was definitely a thing.
Because I'm thinking like my father would never think anything like that.
No, well that I get. It's the 1930s, right? Like that thing.
And that 1930s.
No, back then, the trampoline was a couple of sacks of burlap tied together with a pig's bladder underneath. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this 7-year-old kid. His name is Mason Wager. He's from Penyan. He is qualified for the 43rd annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. It is in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee, and it is the biggest amateur motocross race in the country. What are you laughing
No,
at?
it's just where we started.
I know, you're right. I forgot too.
Then he brought out a hose and wet us down.
No, he didn't wet us down. He wetted the trampoline down, which then I guess got us wet.
Yeah. Well, thank God you took your shirts off.
Okay, well, he didn't tell us to take our shirts off. We took our shirts off voluntarily.
All right.
Is what I told the police officers. when they
Yeah.
came. But no, here's the thing. Going back to the old man, the trampoline, the hose.
Yeah.
It's possible that guy had some ill intentions.
Yes.
Right?
Sure.
It's also possible he was just a guy who like had a grandson who wanted to be like welcoming to the neighborhood
Didn't
kids.
get loved kids, but
Yeah.
didn't have any of his own.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
I mean, he could have just been an awkward older man.
He wanted to be like the cool guy in the neighborhood or something.
But like, I don't know what to think because like, I don't want to think the worst of this guy.
No, of
He
course
like
not.
nothing ever happened.
Right.
Right. It's to me at least. But then again, on the other hand, as I say this out loud,
Yeah.
it
You
sounds.
look sideways at it today.
No, I'm looking dead on at it, and it sounds terrible.
Don't sound good.
So like we always have those. We've had these discussions about like in the past how could people not see what was happening in front of their faces? As we hear about these people bringing up things that happened to them in the past that they were afraid to talk about, and I guess like in this situation like. That all of those things were massive red flags.
Yeah.
No, because I wasn't the only kid that went. Like all of my buddies, we would go down.
Right. None of the parents thought anything of it.
Yeah, and we would all come home damp from trampoline jumping. Man, this took an interesting turn. all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
sure did.
Going back to the actual motocross thing with the 7-year-old kid. We talk all the time about how expensive every youth sport is. There is no.
This has
cheap.
got to rank right up there, man.
Like
motorsports for a 7-year-old.
Like mom or dad must be into it for you to get your kid into it that young.
I feel like it's a family event for sure.
But think of that. You got to take the whole family,
Yeah.
the motorcycle
Yeah.
or cycles,
Oh, yeah.
all the extra stuff you got to bring with you.
You're forgetting.
What?
And your best dog.
And your best dog.
All hands on deck.
So you got to trailer all that stuff to Tennessee. And I guess they got a camper or something
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
I
that's
bet
what
you
it
it's
sounds like.
that's probably the norm. Like I doubt you stay in a hotel if you're going to these types of things.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're probably out in the
'Cause
middle of
you're
nowhere.
out-
Yeah.
I guess what I'm getting at is, like for most sports, I can say this with hockey. Like I did not understand how expensive hockey got for my daughter versus how it was when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Right. I was unaware of the financial commitment that was going to come with playing hockey, and I know every travel soccer, softball, basketball parent feels the same way. Like you get your kids into something so they have a hobby, and then
Takes over.
you would have to know up front, getting your kindergartner into motocross, what this is going to cost you.
I mean, I'm guessing to some extent you have to be a can't. Like, you
Oh,
have
yeah.
to, like,
Probably.
be knowledgeable about how to fix the thing. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's got to bring tools and, like, to
Yeah.
this Tennessee thing. He's probably got a
To
mini
this
garage.
Tennessee thing.
Hurricane
Hurricane
Mill.
Mill, Tennessee.
He's got to bring a small garage with him to fix the damn thing if it breaks or if he doesn't have 2 bikes.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm looking at that's the other cute thing about this, right? Like, he's little. The bike is also little.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It looks like a Matchbox bike.
Yeah.
And everything about this is just adorable.
Right.
So, like, the picture I'm looking at here, he must have just won a race. He's got the helmet on with the reflective goggles,
Yeah.
right? So you can't see his eyes. And he's got his hand up in the air like, woo! But the bike is so little. He's in all the little stuff. Look at him go. Come on!
It's cute.
Let's go, Mason. Bring it home for Penyan. We got a dynamite. Ask where your kids are jumping on a trampoline today. Kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, a local business gets some national recognition.
Wow.
We are the proud owners of one of the best bars in America, according to USA Today.
Damn.
Did you guys see this story?
No.
I did not.
Will you guys be able to guess which one it is?
There's so many good ones.
Well, that's just it.
Kimmy's been in them all.
Will you bring that up? I mean, what makes the best bar changes depending on person.
Yeah.
And I doubt that we'll get 10 people to agree what the best bar is in Rochester.
Probably going to be, you're probably going to have a hometown bias too.
Absolutely. But we could go piece by piece to build what would be the best bar for everybody, right? Like, if you were to fill in the blank, I want to see blank when I walk in a bar to know it's great. Maybe that way we can figure it out.
All right.
We'll tell you which bar is one of the best in America here in Rochester. We'll get into all that just after 7 o'clock here in the break. After 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Plus, it's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, where are we drinking in the hood with Kimmy?
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood apps you've sent her. She's moved street names and town references. She's going to talk out loud and read it. All of us here, we're going to listen.
You gotta listen.
And because we know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we figure out where they whine in just after 9 o'clock. So set your phone alarm or stay with us. I mean, what are you going to do? Train for your motocross thing?
Yeah.
Only one kid's doing that.
Too
and
late.
He's too little to listen. And we got a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
We are aware that people do not take food recalls seriously.
Nah.
Right? This one, you need to.
Oh, that bad.
Well, apparently, one, our state is leading the nation in terrible things caused by this.
Oh.
Two, this could affect things that aren't even a part of the actual recall. But this would be something that's hard to throw away if it's already in your fridge.
Oh, that good.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Normally people are nonchalant about stuff like this.
No, what happened?
Here you should not be.
Nonchalant?
No, this has gotten super serious.
Yeah, you got to be chalant.
No, I guess.
You got to chalant.
You do need to be super
chalant on.
chalant. Thank God. Because if there is one place that shows us rules are absolutely necessary to keep us from descending into chaos as a society, it's the airport.
Sure.
And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Are you guys familiar with the massive cold cut recall that is going on across America?
With the cold
I
cut.
saw something about, what was it, salami? I don't remember.
You're talking about salami?
I thought it was like one cold cut in particular, but I guess maybe I saw a different story.
So it's one brand of cold cuts in particular.
Oh, okay.
Last week, reports of listeria from Boar's Head cold cuts.
That's a gourmet cold cut.
Yeah.
It is.
That's high end, son.
It set into motion a massive nationwide recall, and there are specific types of Boar's cold cuts that are being recalled, so you can go check that out online if you have them. Over the weekend, the illnesses hit New York State. 12 cases of listeria, which is what you can get from eating this, have been reported in New York, which leads the country.
Death baloney.
As of Friday, 34 people nationwide have reported coming down with listeria infections in 13 states. 33 of those people have been hospitalized. One person in Illinois and one person in New Jersey are dead.
So you're getting the cold cut squirts.
It's worse than that. It affects your whole body.
Oh, really?
Like it's bad.
I always thought it was just like diarrhea.
No, I mean that's
like you go into shock or something.
That's like I mean, Kimmy, will you Google these symptoms?
The bologna shocks, and I got the bacon shakes.
Did you not just hear me say 2 people died? Did you not hear that?
Illinois and Jersey. 2 states I don't care about.
12 people in New York have been hospitalized.
I get that every day.
No, you don't. Not
Bro,
for bologna.
How big is this country?
330 million people.
A couple people got sick on their bologna.
No, but it's...
I'm not going to, freak out.
No, here's the thing. If 33 people have been hospitalized, that means of the 34 that have they went to the hospital not knowing they had listeria. So that means there's potentially thousands, tens of thousands of people more that have listeria that don't know it because it didn't put them in the hospital.
All right, so I think I got to bring all my bologna back?
No, don't bring it back because it's got listeria on
it. No, what do I do with it?
All right.
I want my money back.
So I'm not entirely sure about that. Before we get there, Kimmy, can you give me the symptoms of listeria?
Okay, so the mild symptoms include fever, fever, muscle aches, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. More severe symptoms include headache, stiff neck, confusion, loss of balance, and convulsions.
Convolutions?
Convolutions? I don't know where this story's going. I might have listeria.
Convulsions. Other symptoms, tiredness, meningitis, and a word I can't pronounce.
All right, let's
type of blood poisoning.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Let's put it this way. Listeria is so serious.
How serious is it?
That pregnant women are not allowed to eat most types of cold cuts.
Like, I know people that after they have a baby, like, the first thing they want is, like, a sandwich.
Like, that's how serious people take listeria. Like, when you have a baby and you don't get a sub, bro. And pregnant women love subs.
Oh, sure.
They love subs. So,
all right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is what we just told you enough to get you to throw away your cold cuts? Because I don't know what the deal is with the returns or the exchange. Because I would imagine these grocery stores do not want you bringing listeria-laden meat back into the store.
Maybe just bring the receipt.
Oh, maybe just that.
You're right. I doubt they want to collect it.
Right? I mean, like, you don't want that bacteria walking back through the store. So here's the thing. We told you. The CDC has put out a list of Boar's Head products affected. However, they also say if you had your cold cuts cut in the deli in front of you, you should chuck those out too in case of cross-contamination from Boar's Head that may have already been cut on that thing. It does say you can eat these cold cuts if the cold cuts are heated to 165 degrees or more.
Ooh, fried bologna's back in business, baby.
That will kill the bacteria.
All right, you can fry up your ham.
Here's the other thing that sucks, though. They say if you had any Boar's Head meat or sliced meat from the deli, that you need to clean your entire refrigerator.
Wait, is that bad? What is it, like COVID?
It can get on other things.
Yep.
It gets all in the fridge?
I guess.
I'm telling you what the CDC's telling me.
All right.
Or telling the world. It's not like they call me, hello, Pat, I need you to tell people about the Boar's Head.
Just heat up your salami, baby.
Kimmy, is this the first food recall people are actually going to listen to?
Probably not.
You don't think so? You don't think this is scary enough to get people to...
All right, so would you throw out
There's
all
been
your
some
cold
pretty
cuts?
scary stuff, and people probably look at it like, it's probably not me. Probably not. Doesn't affect me.
So let's say I don't have boar's head. I just have like just regular like stuff.
But it was cut on that...
I'm thinking I'm eating it.
Yeah.
You are? You going to roll the dice?
Yeah, I love me some cold cuts.
Especially if you just bought those cold cuts.
Fat boys love cold cuts.
Well, every boys love cold cuts.
I know,
all boys love cold cuts.
Yeah, but we're all whores for cold cuts.
I mean, you keep cold cuts.
A boar whore?
Oh, yeah.
I'm guessing most people keep cold cuts longer than they're supposed to anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Like, because you're only supposed to keep those, 2-3 days max?
Yeah.
I know people that would keep them for, well over a week.
Turkey's not good until you get that fine line of slime
Yeah.
around the end of it. You know what I mean? Turkey slime.
And salami lasts for ever.
Doesn't. You shouldn't.
I don't think it does.
No.
No, but if it's whole, like the stick salami,
Oh, okay.
my parents used to have that stuff in there for decades.
Again, using...
I think my grandfather brought it over from Palermo.
It was actually his penis.
He used it for an oar.
No, if you're asking me if I'm chucking it out, yes. I'm chucking this
Skinny
stuff I'm
as
chucking
you
out.
is. Fat boy, fat broke, fat
Yeah.
pat.
As a single person in my 20s living alone, I'm probably chancing
Welfare Pat was eating that salami.
Bro, I ain't messing with listeria, man. I mean, maybe at that point because I didn't understand how serious listeria was, but now, absolutely, fat or not, I ain't messing around with listeria. I don't need...
Well, you also have kids. You have other human beings you have to worry about. I get being super cautious about what's in your fridge.
Okay, so but here's what sucks about cold cuts. And again, we're talking about this boar's head cold cut recall. 12 cases of listeria have been reported in New York alone. As of Friday, 34 people nationwide have come down with an infection. 2 people have died, one in Illinois, one in New Jersey. And this is serious stuff.
Oh, it's terrible.
Cold cuts are expensive enough and delicious enough to want to keep them.
Oh, yeah.
But not expensive enough where if you get sick, people will be like, oh, I understand why you kept it. I'll give you an example. Let's say there was a nationwide recall on T-bone steaks and lobsters.
Yeah.
Right? Most people are not listening to that.
Right.
I spent all this money on this stuff. I'm going to eat it. And if someone gets sick, you'd be like, well, I kind of get it.
I'll boil it. I'll cook it. Yeah.
Exactly, right? If you get sick eating whatever roast beef from Boar's Head, if that's one of the things, was it worth not losing the $7?
Yeah.
Right? It's not, it's a premium cold cut, but it's not the most premium of foods. In fact, you buy cold cuts to make cheaper food at your house.
But cold cuts are so much fun. It's fun food.
Okay.
If you open up your refrigerator, you see you got a bunch of cold cuts. You're in a good mood. You can't be depressed.
When you got a fridge full of cold cuts.
Yeah, you just can't. Think about it, man. You're happy. God damn, man, I'm eating.
Put that on a T-shirt, sell in the rock shop. You can't be depressed with a fridge full of cold cuts.
I wonder, do you think that there are places more at risk of this just based on there are more people buying their cold cuts from a deli?
What do you mean?
Well, never mind. I mean, I guess either way they're slicing them somewhere. But I'm thinking
pre-packed versus sliced.
Exactly.
Oh, you mean people
I think that there are people that'll just go buy the prepackaged ones at the grocery store because it's convenient. But I know people that go out of their way to go separately to a deli to get those cold cuts. And I think it's super everybody I knew from New Jersey did that.
Okay.
They refused to get their cold cuts at a standard grocery store. They'd have to go to their local deli or sandwich shop to do it.
Is it because they were pretentious or they wanted a specific type of meat or cheese
I don't
or something
know.
like that?
I don't. It's just what they grew up doing.
And old school Italians would be like that. You know what I mean?
I mean, I always grew up with the Oscar Mayer packaged ham.
Well, no kidding,
but
man.
that's what I
Why did you
mean.
say that?
Maybe you would have been.
I don't think your mother's getting hey, give me the thin slice of gabagool for my poor children over here.
They hand it over the deli counter to make sure it's good.
And I know you had knockoff. You didn't even have Oscar Mayer bologna.
No,
you had that generic bologna.
I thought Oscar Mayer was generic bologna.
You didn't eat Oscar Mayer.
No, I know we ate Oscar Mayer because...
How? You didn't have the
I don't even know another brand.
Do you remember they used to sell this when we were kids? It was they were like Frisbees of meat, and it was 8 pieces of ham, 8 pieces of turkey.
It was a mixed bag.
They were
8
super
pieces of roast beef,
thick,
but they were laid out they were playing cards.
Yeah, it almost looked like a CD.
Exactly. Yeah. It was Columbia House cold cuts. But my mother would buy one of those and it would make 2 sandwiches, right? Because it's 8 piece of thinly cut ham. Yeah, that's all going in my mouth. 252 WCMF. Shut up. 252-9263. I wish we could put a camera in people's kitchens. as they're holding their cold cuts, trying to figure out, do I roll the dice or do I throw these away?
Cold cut roulette.
You know, that's what it comes down to. And I guess, like, you know, heating it up to 165 degrees is a solution for most. Because, like, a hot roast beef sandwich would be good, right? You could do a hot turkey sandwich, although that's a little more strange. Hot ham?
Hot ham would be good.
You've never like melted cheese on it?
Ham and cheese? Well, that's different. You don't really heat the ham. You melt the cheese over the cold.
How
you
about
eat
fried
the whole
eggs?
sandwich.
Fried eggs and ham. Be delicious.
Okay, but that's with like thicker ham. We're talking cold.
Bro, I understand that, but tough times call for tough ham.
No, it's not. It's not going to work because if you're going to cook,
it'll work.
If you're going to cook a thin slice of ham, it's just going to become like.
Quick.
Oh, how do you know it's up to 165 then, smart guy?
About the 165.
No, you actually do.
That's your generation with your 165.
No, that's the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, that is trying to control the disease that is going to be in your body because like quick. I'm sick.
So how come people didn't die of all this stuff early on?
They did.
Really?
Yes.
They just didn't know?
No, they knew.
No, I'm talking about like my parents' generation when they ate. Like,
you told the story where your parents tried to make their own Kahlua.
Bro, they almost died of the squirt.
So don't sit there and be like, how come this never happened? Says man whose parents tried to start Kahlua business.
Like the nasty, because my father was Sicilian, my mother was dumb. So, like the nasty stuff that they ate, like back then, that just stunk, and they loved it. So my old man, he liked liverwurst, which is the most disgusting thing there is. It's almost like mushed up meat in a tube.
Okay.
And it's kind of soft, and it smells. And he would eat that with Limburger cheese, which smells like a sock, and he would put it on Italian bread.
Jeez.
It was disgusting. And then, of course, they love Spam.
Well, I get that.
Right. Again, really disgusting. So if you told my old man that, I eat all that other stuff, he's eating all that. He doesn't care.
Well, yeah.
The salami's 7 years old in the fridge. It's right next to his heart medicine.
All right, so listen. It's a free country. Do what you want. But
be careful.
Get rid of it. Get rid of it if you have it. Get rid of it. Be cool, man. We need all the listeners we can get.
Yes.
For goodness sake. All right. Chaos causes stress.
Oh, yeah.
Chaos causes anger. Chaos causes more chaos, which is why.
Who's chaos?
Well, that's just it, man. Like this policy that this airline had since they started being an airline created nothing but chaos and uncomfortability and stress. And finally, they are changing this policy after 5 decades. And proof that rules are good for society lies in the experiment that we call an airport. And we'll get into everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is the better way to be.
Okay.
Because, Tommy, when there are no instructions, chaos ensues.
Oh, yeah. We need direction and leadership.
Well, you'd think that grown-ass people can handle an idea this simple. But if you've ever taken a flight with this airline, you know that's not true. And now it's gone forever.
What happened?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning, one of the greatest bars in the United States resides right here in Rochester.
You're kidding me.
And that's not just us saying it. That is a national publication.
Wow.
Now, neither of you saw the story, so you don't know which one it is.
No.
I can't wait for you guys to guess. But
is it a Kimmy bar?
what is a Kimmy bar?
What do you think a Kimmy bar
You
is?
say every bar's a Kimmy bar.
Yeah, I know.
It's a new bar.
Well, you can guess. Just after 7 o'clock. But here's the thing. If we ask 10 different people in Rochester what makes for the best bar, we're going to get 10 different answers.
True.
So maybe we figure out what the best bar is line by line.
Okay.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Over the weekend, Southwest Airlines announced they are doing away with their open seating policy.
Oh, okay.
So for the few of you who don't know, when you flew Southwest, you were never assigned a specific seat. You were boarded in groups
Like a
based
zone.
Yeah,
You
got it.
were assigned a spot in line.
You got
Yeah.
it.
Not a
Yes.
seat. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you got onto the plane, you could then choose whatever seats were open. And it seems like a pretty simple idea.
Yeah.
Well, it created some issues. First issue, people were always dicks in line. You watch grown-ass people try to lie about why they should board first because Southwest lets people who need assistance, folks with little kids, and
Right.
veterans, among some others, board.
Yeah, there's a few early boarders.
Well, the definition of needing assistance, young kids, and veteran started getting super strict,
Yeah.
depending who wanted on. And you would also watch adults do their best to covertly cut the line in front of other grown-ass people so they could pick their seat first.
But I've
Yeah.
also I've seen people try to do that, and then when they go to like look at their ticket, they're like, "Nope, you gotta wait." Like the person scanning tickets would call them out and make them stand aside.
When I was on my way to Kansas City last year, during the Bill season, I watched a man in Group B. I was in Group B, right?
Yeah.
He was just like looking out the window like he was wandering like slowly up the Group B line because he was in Group B until he got to the front, and then he just stopped and boarded on the plane.
So,
and everyone was like, what the F, man?
So when like when they say like your group is up next, but there's still like people going up in line, I always kind of slide into that line, and I always get in before they call the next.
Yeah,
So
you
you're
are.
this dick.
But it works if you catch it just right. And I've never been told no. I know they haven't called my section yet, but it's but it's at the end of.
But it's not your section.
I was gonna say, and I've been to some. Maybe it depends on the day, but I have seen them hold people back if it is not their
It's
section.
never stopped me. Now I don't try to jump, you know, two
far.
sections ahead.
But you did jump everybody else.
Not everybody, because most of those people are on board.
Everybody in your group.
Oh, those guys.
Yeah.
I call them losers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I leave those losers
Yeah,
behind.
that guy's a loser. Not the man who tries to cut on a discount airline.
Guess who got overhead space, baby?
Like,
This
you
cat.
need overhead. What, were
I
you
gotta put my bag up
Were
there.
you sitting in there? Maybe they let you out early because they think you either need assistance or you are a small child.
But it works. I'm telling you, try it.
The second problem with the open seating policy was that awkward interaction with people you would have to have who were already sat down when you were picking your seat. Because no one wants someone sitting next to them. But on a flight, odds are that's going to
It's
happen.
gonna be packed.
People that would put their bags in empty seats
To save them?
No, in an effort to scare people
Oh,
off.
see, I've seen people try to save them too, which also causes issues. Like if their friend or other passenger was like ended up in a later group, they'd try to save it.
But
Then there were the dicks who would like openly groan when you would be like, "Oh, is this seat open?" And their bag, "Oh, like, hey man, I don't want this either.
Right.
This is how air travel works."
but most of these planes now are sold out,
yeah,
so there isn't going to be like an empty seat.
exactly.
Somebody's.
Oh, yeah.
If there's 4 people on standby,
Right.
that plane's going to be packed, so you can't like hold your seat to the last minute.
I don't remember the last flight I took that it wasn't completely full.
Right. I'm
Yeah.
just saying they're all packed.
But there's always those dicks. You're sitting here, "Ugh, yeah, man, shut up." And then finally, there was that fatal decision of who you were going to sit next to, because that was pressure packed when you were walking down the plane. You're looking at the folks who you think you would be able to handle sitting next to on a flight, because there are some red flags that you don't want to be next to that person, right? But once you go past a row, you can't go back.
No.
Right? So if you keep passing, hoping the potential partners will get better, but they only get
It's a
worse,
gamble.
yes, you put yourself in a really bad spot. So, like, thank God, the open seating policy is gone forever. And it is a massive change, Tommy, for the airline. For their entire 50-year existence, they have used this open seating policy.
It's kind of what made them unique.
Exactly.
But I don't get the benefit to it for the airline because it always seemed to take longer to board because to your point, like people would go too far, realize there's no seats. They'd be trying to turn around. The flight attendant's trying to say there's no more seats back here, but people are still trying to push through anyways. It felt like it was a much longer boarding process.
The way it was explained to me, Southwest is a discount airline.
Right.
It was just saving on like administrative costs of having to assign everybody a single seat. But that's why they're actually changing it.
Oh.
252 WCMF again. We're talking about how over the weekend, Southwest Airline announced they're ending their open seating policy where you just pick a seat based on the group you're in. Thank God. The reason Southwest is changing it, they want to be able to charge more for their premium seats on the plane.
There's an upcharge.
Otherwise, you just got to sit in those seats if you got on first.
But it's funny. It's a discount carrier. Like, what does a premium seat look like? Just the one with more legroom? You're going to charge me for that?
It's going to be legroom. It's going to be bulkhead, and it's going to be up front.
Bulkhead,
so you can get up.
Like you're up.
I love bulkhead.
What do you need it for?
All
your things are tiny. God, I hate people like you. I
will say this, though. People love seeing me coming down the aisle.
Why is that?
Because I'm small.
Oh, because they thought you were the Queen of English.
Well, that
Takes
too.
up less room.
But like when they see like a big doofus like you coming out, like nobody wants you in their aisle. You got stupid long legs,
take up the
dumb
armrests.
face. You drink so much goddamn water, you're up down 20 times peeing, and I gotta stretch my legs. I didn't get my workout in today.
Says man with blood clots. Says man who actually has to stretch his legs because he's gonna die.
But they love me.
Yeah, until you gotta keep. Hey, excuse me, I have marbles in my face. I need to get up and walk
No, I got
around.
my support hose on, and I'm a petite boy. Like your husband. Nobody wants that dude in their aisle. He's too wide.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's going to be uncomfortable on any plane.
No,
so
but nobody
it doesn't
wants him
matter.
next to him because he's going to take up too much room.
Okay.
No, we know guys. We know guys. We don't even know how they fly.
You say I want no part of this conversation,
Bro, we would know the
My
same
husband
fatties.
definitely gets very uncomfortable. He's not a comfortable flyer at all. No.
Yeah.
You know, the airport might be the last glimpse at what humanity would look like if everything fell apart.
Yeah.
Like if tomorrow all of a sudden chaos ensued, it would be the airport. Because the airport is a total Lord of the Flies situation. Once you get past security, there really are no rules, at least like socially accepted everyone rules. You got people drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning. You got stores charging whatever they want for the most basic items.
Yes.
You got people sleeping wherever they can. You got folks walking around in bare feet. You got some people working out. Others are eating 12 potato skins right next to them. Nobody is conscious of the personal space of anybody else.
And everybody's nervous because 90% of people probably don't want to fly.
You're right. And maybe that's why you're not paying attention to what other people are doing, right? But inside an airport, once you are past the TSA, the idea of personal courtesy disappears. And part of it could be I'm concentrating on what's making me nervous or stressed. I think the other part of it is you realize you're never going to see any of these people again for the rest of your life.
Right.
So there's no need to be polite.
Yeah.
Like when you think about the rules that apply to standard society that are just completely blown off of the airport, where else on earth can you sprint through a group of people, risk bowling over old ladies, and no one's going to say anything to stop
get out
They
of your
must
way.
be in a hurry.
Yeah.
Try that in the mall and watch what happens, right?
Can't do it at Wegmans.
Right? Like, where else can you occupy the only plug in the entire building for your charger for an hour with no regard for anyone else?
Yeah.
Where else can you start talking to someone that doesn't want to talk to you and there's nothing else that person can do because you're trapped?
Yeah.
You can't get up and leave.
Yeah.
It's a no man's land.
Like, if the airport teaches us one thing,
What's that?
whether it's with open seating, the environment outside the plane where there are no rules, when there are no rules, there will always be chaos.
Yeah.
In fact, it's so bad
How bad is it?
that people are willing to spend money and get credit cards just to get into one of those airport lounges and away from it because the lounge has rules.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Have you guys ever been in one of these airport lounges?
No, tell me about it.
Okay, so my wife had a credit card.
No, but I want to know.
My wife got a credit card that like gave us access to
Yeah,
one
it's
of
like
these
open
lounges.
bar and stuff, right?
Yeah, there was open B, yeah. Tiny open B, but it was
I'll
open
take
B.
tiny.
And you had like snacks and stuff, right? But like there's a window out into the rest of the world.
Oh, so you can see everybody else?
But they can't see you.
Oh.
Right? It's like a,
It's like a police lineup?
It's like a skybox for insanity, but they also give you free cookies.
Damn.
Right? And like my wife had like whatever, with Venture One credit card, whatever. So like, ooh, part of the thing of getting the new card is you get in here today. We're like, oh, awesome, free cookies. But when I got in there, I didn't realize, like, this is what it's going to look like when the world eventually descends into just insanity, and there's like 100 billionaires that are like looking down, drinking brandy. Like, I felt like one of the brandy drinking. Look at them fighting amongst each other.
But you got to leave.
I didn't want to leave that airport lounge.
I love the airport.
I don't get you. I don't get you.
Usually I'm going someplace fun. Unless I'm visiting family.
It's always the airport's fun if you're going to the destination. Airport sucks coming home.
Well, yeah, because then it's over.
Yeah, it's
but
depressing.
Like, sitting at the bar, paying only $2 for a double.
No, you paid for the double up front in the $17 it costs for the first
No,
shot.
no, it's $2 for an extra shot. No, I like it. I
don't get you, man. You're weird.
I like strolling around, looking at the shops and stuff.
Nobody loves the airport. And by the way, if you
it bothers my wife too, because I'll like once we get, she likes to get to the gate and sit. She'll break out a book. I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna walk aroround, and she's always looking at me like, why?
Well, and because now she's in charge of your stuff.
Yeah, but it's just sitting there.
Well, no, I'm with you. I have to keep moving when
I
I'm
like to move around and. I enjoy it. I get a cup of coffee.
It sucks. It sucks so hard.
Yeah, just people watch.
For whatever reason, too, the airport has to be the #1 place where people talk on speakerphone.
Oh yeah, good call.
I don't know why. That of all places, I've overheard so many conversations of people talking, whether it's FaceTime or on speakerphone. I don't know what it is.
Sometimes you hear some good stuff, though.
But you would think like. Because you're always surrounded by so many people that that would be the last place you'd want your whole conversation out there.
There are no rules. All politeness goes out the window.
Yeah.
That's why.
All right.
With that being said, by the way, how would you like your share of $100,000?
$100,000
to go on any trip you want?
Oh, nice.
You can download the free Odyssey app right now. Log in, listen to 96.5 WCMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday to get your daily entry for a chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000
in this national contest. So jump on that. $100,000 buy a lot of drinks, buddy.
Oh, buy all the drinks.
And you can take that cash and you can bring it to one of the best bars in America, which currently resides in our backyard.
I can't wait to hear of this new phenomenal place.
Okay, so it's not new. It's been around for a while.
Okay.
Right,
I like old school. I like an old school tavern.
And you two, you don't know what it is, so we're going to let you guys guess. But look, you ask 10 different people what the best bar in Rochester is, let alone America.
Right.
You're going to get 10 different answers. So just asking that question isn't going to work. We'll have to build the best bar.
All right.
Brick by brick, line by line, because there are things that people want to see to know it's the greatest bar they've ever walked into. What are those things? We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Good news, drunks.
What happened?
Right now, Rochester, New York has one of the best bars in America.
Ooh, belly up.
But here's the thing.
What?
The term best is subjective.
Sure.
And it's fair to wonder, if we were to come up with all of the things that make a place an amazing bar, would they all be the same? Or is everyone's best different?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. Normally when we see a scam on the news and the victims of that scam, you have a certain age in your head of that victim.
Yeah.
This story, it seems, runs the gamut of all ages. And it may be what's what I'm looking for? Product, Kimmy, that is involved in this scam that has folks from 18 to 80 going, oh, this makes sense.
Oh, really?
This makes sense.
Damn.
And we'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. All right, I told you, USA Today has named a bar here in Rochester one of the best bars in America.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Neither of you have seen this article.
No.
Okay. Tommy, which bar in Rochester is one of the best in America?
I mean, I would have to say it would be like an old school bar.
You tell me.
For me.
Okay.
So
Well, I'm asking you which one it is in the article. Which one you
Which
think
one
it
you
would
think
be?
it would be?
Well, probably ain't one that I like.
Oh my God!
Just pick one.
I would say I'm going to say like a Tornadoes, but nobody knows what the hell that is.
Guys, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about how I
Well,
drink.
you know what it is because
Yeah.
you drank there for free, wise ass.
Yeah, because you were also drinking there for free, wise ass.
Under my name
Oh,
and
that
my
doesn't mean-
tutelage.
that doesn't mean anything.
It means a lot to your ass.
It was
Okay,
not.
so what makes a good bar to you is somebody who gives you free drinks.
Well, that's the best bar. No, I would say that. I like those old school.
Obnoxious.
You love the
Obnoxious.
over the
ambiance.
top.
I like male bartenders. Yes.
Yeah.
I like older male
Tight shorts.
tight shorts. No, I like an old school joint. I also like a bar that knows how to make a goddamn
Okay,
drink.
put a pin in that. We'll give you time to old man rant because we have to get to Kimmy's guess. Wrong. It was not Tornadoes. Tornadoes
course
is a
not.
fine establishment.
It's the best.
Kimmy, what is one of the best bars in America here in Rochester?
Okay,
There we go.
I'm going to take a chance here because I think this is a little bit more seasonal, but it's super unique.
Okay.
And people love to go there in the summertime. It's affordable. Marge's.
Oh, that's a great call.
It's a good guess.
I mean, that's old school.
Yeah.
It's a good guess.
Like it's not
Beach shack
fancy,
kinda
but
thing,
it's
yeah.
but you get it's like a different vibe. You don't really always feel like you're in Rochester when you're
Good call. Good call.
You're wrong.
Okay.
Both of you lost the
All
field.
right.
How you got to be kidding me?
I'm going to tell you right now. Radio Social was named one of the best bars in America by USA Today.
The goddamn
Also
bowling
unique.
alley.
Vintage bowling alley,
Yeah.
entertainment
It's
venue,
not
restaurant,
vintage.
watering hole. Have you been inside the place?
Yeah.
It's super vintage.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
It's retro.
It's designed after the folks who made radios. Radio Social.
All right.
So it was one of 27 of the best bars in America.
Really?
And
Why?
again, this list is from USA Today. It does not discriminate. It has the tiniest dive bars all the way to like those super big ass, mega bars. So you ask why. It seems that USA Today loves how unique the whole scene is. It's got a very 1950s feel while still being like hip and cool. You can bowl, you can play lawn games. They have some arcade. You can just have drinks in the daytime. It's super family
also a
friendly.
restaurant.
You
Yeah.
got that? They have flea markets and art fairs in the daytime.
That's not a bar.
They do brunch, and then after
Disney.
9 o'clock,
Ooh, after 9 o'clock, it gets all adult.
it becomes strictly an adult hangout.
Yeah. Right.
And this is a place that USA Today says it's one of the few spots where everyone, no matter what you're into, how old you are, can walk in and have a good time.
Well, I can't say I've ever been to a place like it. I guess when it was built, I kind of figured like there would be other, this was kind of like a trend. But yeah, like whenever I've had people come into town, like they think it's a cool place to hang out.
How could you replicate
Yeah.
it, right? I mean, you would need a bowling alley, a nightclub space, a place for arcades, multiple bars, a full restaurant, and a snack bar on the inside.
Too much.
So you disagree.
Well, it's not my style.
Actually, it is, though. That's what's so funny about it. Like, you hate it because you think hipsters are there, so you won't go.
You
But
have the right shoes for it.
He's dressed like everyone that's ever walked into Radio Social. You would be super
Yeah.
into it.
All right. I've been there.
Yeah, but he doesn't like games.
No.
And I can understand, like, if you're somebody that you just don't want to participate in anything
Right.
while you're drinking, that's probably not the spot for you.
No, but there's two bars.
It's
There's
like
the
a
bar.
rich kid's
Yeah.
basement.
Oh, my God. You mean your basement?
My basement isn't even finished.
I meant when you were a kid. It looks like your
yeah,
father's
yeah.
basement in Jersey, the way you described.
Yeah.
Well, all you're missing is a case of you. All right, so Tommy, you look at this place, Radio Social, you don't see it.
No,
you don't
not
see
for
it.
me.
Right? And there are other people like you that their best bar, the bar they want, looks different than this one. So instead of asking which bar is the best bar, which is pointless because we're going to get 1,000 different answers and we won't decide anything, maybe we can build the best bar and back into it by accident by asking a simple question. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You need to see what when you walk in a bar to know that is a great bar. What singular thing must be there for you to think you are in a fantastic bar? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You sit here and you run your mouth all morning. I know this and I know that. And I'm an alcoholic. I've been drinking. Tommy?
Well, I've done my research.
You need to see what when you walk in a bar to know it's great.
It's got to be old. It's got to be heritage. It has to have some kind of ambiance to it.
You mean like a 1950s retro feel?
That's not an ambiance. I mean, that's something you created. It has no history to it.
Okay, give me a historical bar.
In this town?
Yeah.
It would be something like a Tornadoes or a Marge's that's been there for like 50 years.
I'm going to go back to my first pick. Bro, that's like faux vintage, man.
No, it's an actual old building and an old bar.
The building is old. The building is old, right? I've been in that bar before. I mean, look, it's a fine bar, but it's not like there's like statues from like the early 1900s or pictures of men like drinking alcohol
There
that
actually
also
is.
made them go blind.
Yeah, there is. You never even looked around in there.
Why would I look around? Everybody in there was depressing as hell. I was next to you.
I like a little element of depression in that bar.
Okay.
But I like a bar where I'm gonna have drinks. I don't need any other entertainment.
Oh my God! You're such a miserable old prick.
That's why I'm at a bar drinking.
But you also don't like bars with too many people in them, which means it's probably not a good bar.
No, you're describing a club. I don't want to go to some club.
Radio Social is not a club.
Yes, it is.
It's a club.
They got music. They got all that oomph, 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 oomph.
What do they got?
Oomph, oomph, oomph.
Tornadoes has jazz on the inside. Like a jazz, what do you call those? Club!
No, jazz cats. A jazz club is not a club. I'm talking about a disco.
Wait. I'm sorry. You want to say that sentence again out loud?
A jazz club ain't really a club.
A jazz club is not a club. This sandwich is not a sandwich.
Yeah. I'm there to drink.
Okay.
And I also want some. I guess I want to be with like-minded drinkers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You
No,
want
you
a
don't, because you'd
segregated bar? I want everyone like me, and if you ain't like me, get the hell out
like
of
But
here.
if you were
North
drinking
Korean
with
bar.
other people like you,
I'd love it.
You would hate each other.
Oh my God, this is the most brilliant exploration inside a man's mind that doesn't exist. All right, so just to be clear, you want an old bar that has history to it, that's not a club,
bartenders.
but you want it to be like a jazz club,
Yes.
which also is not a club.
Almost like a speakeasy.
You want male bartenders and you want people like you, even though you are the most self-loathing piece of crap I've ever met in my life.
I know what you're making.
Okay.
And free pour. I don't want any of these measured shot crap.
I love how you, give me things I didn't pay for is what you asked
No,
for.
just give me a night. I'll pay.
No, you're not paying.
Well, now I got to pay, but back in the day, I didn't have to pay.
No, but I'm saying you're not paying for the free pour. The free pour is extra booze.
But just give it to me.
No, that's free. Free pour. It's not free. It's a free pour. It's
Free-handed
not club, it's jazz
pour
club.
like this. Not squirty, squirt.
But free-handed pour means you get more booze. Kimmy,
Yeah.
what do you? All right, fill in the blank. You need to see blank when you walk into a bar to know it's great.
I think it's less about what I see and more about how it smells. Like if it smells like a place that has chicken wings, even if chicken wings aren't on the menu, that's a good bar.
But you're just going to eat.
Smells like bar food.
See, this is what I don't want.
What?
Somebody always, she's there for the fried food. That's not a bar.
If you can give me a basket,
Go to KFC.
Go to KFC.
Get out of my bar.
Shut up, you miserable old prick. Wait, so you're telling me a bar that serves food is not a great bar?
No, but she's going for the chicken wing.
No, I'm not saying I'm going for the chicken wings, but if it smells like that, if it smells like bar food,
that is a weird take. I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's a very weird take.
She's there for the greasy chow.
Like, no, I would understand.
who isn't?
Well, I mean, I do like to go to bars. It's just like,
Sometimes I just have to drink. I'm not out for a meal.
And you don't have to eat, but it's available if you want it.
I don't want to see some
And a lot of those
young
old
girl
bars,
gnawing on a chicken while I'm trying to enjoy my cocktail and maybe watch the Yankee game.
you're not watching any game at the places you're going.
name two Yankees.
Buck Showalter, Dave Winfield.
You're watching that documentary on David Steinbrenner, aren't you?
No, like it should. It just has a certain smell
right.
to it
Okay.
that's like kind of like that dive bar fried
Comfort
food
food.
smell.
Do you want a comfort food smelling bar.
Yes, that's it.
Folks have been waiting patiently. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Radio Social has been named by USA Today one of the 27 best bars in America. And Kimmy's like, oh, that makes sense. I saw this. Like, oh, that makes sense. Tommy's like, sucks, hate it, not even close to a good bar. I want a bar with nothing but men, and I want it to be dank, and I want it to be jazz.
I want to smell men when I walk into that bar.
I want you to give me free beer and drinks. 252-WCMF, fill in the blank. You need to see what when you walk into a bar to know it's great. Bob, what do you need to see, buddy?
Into a bar, I need
I'm sorry, Bob. I'm sorry. My fault. Start over again. That was my fault. Go ahead.
All right. When I walk into a bar, I need to see a really big, real wood, dark wood bar top.
Okay. Wait,
not like not like these bars with like a little dinky, a bar that's like 5 feet long or has like laminate top or something. It's got to be real dark wood, like the old time dark wood bar top.
Okay, so you want enough space.
You need a big old bar.
You want enough space to like stretch your elbows out. You want to feel like you're in an old school bar.
I want a really large bar. Like,
okay.
The bartenders have to walk a good 20 feet sometimes.
I'm kind of with him
on
that.
It makes it easier to get. You don't have to fight so hard to get a drink.
Yeah. The more even if I'm not.
But that's an old school bar that's set up like that.
No, everything someone's going to say, if you like it, you're going to be like, well, that's an old school thing.
It is.
That's an old school thing.
Where's the new long bar? There ain't one around. It's made out of wood.
Have you been to Radio Social?
Not wood, though.
How do you don't know that?
Goddamn Formica.
Formica? Is that like Formica? Is that Formica made out of floor, you idiot?
Probably is.
Hey, Bob, what is your favorite bar in Rochester?
I've actually been to Radio Social a lot, and it is a very good bar.
There you go, you idiot. You're with this guy. He says Radio Social. Bob, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I'm telling you, man, you walked in, you took a glance, you didn't pay attention to anything else. This place is your kind of place. You can sit at the bar and not have to participate in anything else there.
All right.
252-WCMF. Skylar, you need to see what to know something is a great bar?
Okay, well, I like a bar with stools that don't have a back on them, just a nice old school wooden round leather top stool.
Okay, I'm out on that. That sucks. That's a stupid take.
And I like the wooden bar, and I'm with Tommy where you got the bartender pours your drink, and it's not because I'm cheap, because I want my extra money to go to that bartender's pocket.
Okay, so you want him to steal
put that bar out of business.
Steal from the business so I can put money in your
And he wants
pocket.
a hard stool.
The dude or the girl, whatever. I like a pretty girl behind the bar. I'm off with Tommy. I'd rather have a pretty girl serving me, but
pardon me,
yeah,
man.
you got to be able to. You tip them right, they give you a stiffer drink. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, sure. That's fine. I mean, look, I'm with you on that. It's just funny how Tommy makes that a mandatory thing that you have a dishonest thieving bartender that is willing to take care of you.
They're not giving you drinks for free, but you're getting to put some of your money in their pocket.
Okay, all right.
You gotta have them. You gotta have them backless stool, man.
All right. What is with the backless stool? I want to rest my back,
I
bro.
like to lean a little.
Nah, put your elbows on the bar and shut up.
Skylar, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, I'll tell you what makes for the greatest bar. A nationwide beer selection.
Oh, you like a lot of taps?
Taps or bottles. Look, I don't need 1,000 different beers, but I need the top 2 beers from like every region in America, and I'll tell you what.
But you could be getting into like newer hipster bar territory.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I don't need like a skunk fighting a railroad worker on my bottle, but like when you go out of town and they got Jenny or they got Blue. Yeah. It's the greatest feeling in the entire world. And I don't mind trying stuff that's like similar to that from other places. So when I go to those other places, I know that I have, because like they're not going to have 3 heads, right? Yeah. In New Mexico, right? And Jenny hardly goes past Michigan if you're lucky.
Okay.
Right? So like if I walk into a place out of town and I see that they have that stuff, I like it. If I walk into a place here and I see that they have something like, what's that, Steel City, whatever, that Pittsburgh beer. Like,
Iron City.
Iron City, thank you. Right? Like,
right.
yeah, okay. But I know that they know their stuff. I know that they're trying to make everybody comfortable. That's how I know it's a great
All right, so you like
bar.
a wide regional beer selection from around there.
Bingo, you nailed it. All right, let me ask you a question. Yeah. As we talk about Radio Social being named one of the top bars in America by USA Today, 27, is live music a plus or a minus inside a bar? Don't you dare say depends on the music, you piece
Well, I
of
was
crap.
going to say depends on the time of day for some people, too.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if I need a band in the middle of the afternoon.
So you want night band,
Yeah.
not day band.
Yeah.
I don't want a band.
You don't want a band at all?
No.
You just said you go to turn.
No, I mean I like a little ensemble, but I don't want.
You
I don't want. I don't want
want
Christian
ensemble?
dance screaming pineapple jackassery in my ear all night when I'm trying to drink.
Hey, Kimmy, can you Google the definition of music ensemble? That's a band.
It is a band, but like I don't want a loud.
You are.
I want a jazz band. I don't want it loud.
You
I
don't want music with lyrics.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's absolutely right.
He doesn't.
Look, you want a chicken wing? I don't want to hear words.
Okay, a music ensemble, also known as a music group, is a group of people who perform music together, usually with a distinct name.
The name of the ensemble, you mean?
No, I don't need
Hey,
this
let's do
Zach
another-
Brown tribute crap.
Let's do
in my
another
head.
break. Let's do a break. What's your favorite ensemble name that you hear on WCMF? See, I'm the opposite of that, Kimmy. Like nighttime, I don't
Yeah.
want live music. But if I walk into a bar in the middle of the day and there's
Really?
someone doing live
I don't
music, I
know.
find
Well,
that
usually
fun.
it's like
But
a
I'm usually-
beach bar or something like that. You know, it's like an outdoorsy kind of place.
Oh, I disagree. I feel like in the summertime on like a Saturday, Sunday, there's lots of bars in
Okay.
suburbs across the greater Rochester area that do like dad with an acoustic guitar.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You want a summertime open air kind of a joint
Oh, I've seen this inside. Like
in the middle of the day.
Yeah, in the
Shamrock
middle of
Jacks
the
used to have
day.
that. I haven't been there in a
Well,
while.
Irish are different.
What does that mean?
They never stop singing. Like they never run out of misery to talk about.
Well, yeah, because we are often stuck.
Oh, when the potato came out as the trot, I thought they were just mushy farts. When my brown pants are spoiling, I like a stool with no back.
Here's the problem about daytime musician.
Yeah.
It's great if there's a crowd there. But when you walk into a
Oh,
bar
that's sad.
and there's like 5 people
Yeah.
Our buddy.
and that musician is performing and you feel like nobody's paying attention or nobody's clapping, it's just an awkward
Yeah.
Okay.
situation and
Here's the
I
question.
try to avoid those things.
All right, let's say you're stuck in that bar.
Yeah.
And that guy's performing. When he ends the song, do you clap
You
even if
gotta
nobody else is
clap.
clapping?
clap.
You
You gotta
gotta
clap.
clap. You can't look like you're ignoring
I
it.
do, but I always feel like nobody else is
Yeah.
clapping. And I also feel bad because I tried to initiate a clap and it didn't take. Like nobody's like
Right.
even like with
Yeah.
me on it.
That's why it's hit or miss when it comes to
Yeah.
afternoon musicians.
All right, let's whip through some Facebook messages. Folks have been waiting to hear their voices or to hear their thing, I'm sure. 252 WCMF again. We're talking about how Radio Social named one of the 27 best bars in America
Wow.
by USA Today. Tommy doesn't understand. Kimmy gets it completely. And look, again, we could ask everybody what their favorite bar is, and we'll get different answers from every single person. The question is, you need to see blank when you walk in to know a bar is great. Brad writes us on Facebook. He says, it's a great bar if they have a large craft cocktail menu. I don't drink that stuff, but my wife does, and if she's happy, then I'm happy. Thoughts?
Oh, I mean, he is right. I mean, if
Oh,
you're-
so you like to go to craft cocktail bars?
no, but I'm
He's
gonna.
right.
My wife doesn't want to go to my bar,
She
so we're
likes
gonna
the
end up
selection.
at that bar.
Okay.
So if she's happy, it keeps the peace. Yes.
Here's the problem.
It's not my choice.
Here's the problem though with the large craft cocktail menu,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like the longer it takes to make those complicated drinks, the longer I'm gonna wait for my
Yeah,
drink.
Mm-hmm. sure.
Because like I think we've all been to those like hipster places in town where they have like 15 different like there's flowers they put
Mm-hmm.
in.
You feel
it
like
and-
you have to order like 2 at a time
Yes.
because it's going to take you forever to get your next one.
And I just want a beer.
Yeah.
And there's one bartender or 2 bartenders making 30 of these weird ass like
It's
you
gonna
know
take a time.
concoctions. I don't like those places.
All right.
I don't like it. Danny writes us, if they have no TVs, it's a great bar. If I see no TVs when I walk in, I know the bartender is a pro and the conversation and vibe of the bar doesn't need distraction.
I mean, there's very few places that don't have TVs.
you just named yours.
That's they got a TV, bro.
They do?
Yeah, they do.
No kidding.
They used to not have one, but now they do.
well,
think about it.
Look
Look how
have one, but now they do.
Think how cheap TVs are now. Every bar could
Well, I
put
thought
one
it
up
was
for
more like I thought the places that didn't have them wasn't so much because of the cost, but they wanted to encourage a different atmosphere.
Bingo.
Yeah. But I don't think there's a bar in town that does not have a TV.
No, there has to be.
For a while, I know a lot of breweries. I don't know if you count those as standard bars, but a lot of them didn't have TVs at first.
Does Three Heads have a TV? Now that I'm
They
thinking
have
about it?
I think they do have a TV.
They got it to go down to Three Heads. They got a TV.
Oh, I would think you'd want one just for like sports.
But-
a guy sitting in a bar drinking beer are going to want to watch something.
Yeah, but there are some bars that aren't bars that they want the sports crowd into.
But I always think most craft beer crowd is also a sports crowd.
Really? Not the way you talk about people that drink craft beer on this show. A lot of Gunthers playing quarterback of their high school football team. All right, everybody, I hope we're going to move on. I appreciate the calls. This scam knows no age, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Because
that's a good scam.
Well, normally when you hear finances, money taken away, you think 80, 90-year-old people, right? And Kimmy brings up a good point here. This may have to do more with the item that's brought up in this scam than anything else. Because if there's one thing the younger generation is looking to do, it's make money in what they think is an unconventional way.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Most of the time when you see a scam on the news, you immediately figure out who is most likely to lose money.
Yeah.
And most of that time, it's someone elderly. But this one maybe isn't so cut and dry because it's an old school item, but it seems it's enticing young folks as well.
What is it?
Well, look, Kimmy brings up a good point here. After what we saw with cryptocurrency and how easy some scams bring people in, this might be one of the few scams that doesn't have a likely age.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. This ain't no scam, buddy.
What's that?
We want to give you your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
You can download the free Odyssey app, log on, and then listen to the WCMF app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for a chance to win your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
And this national contest, good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. How would you like to buy gold?
Gold.
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 We know that companies who sell gold must be doing well because they're always advertising everywhere.
You know what they say? Don't wait to buy gold.
Even
buy gold and wait.
Sorry. Even Costco will sell you gold right
Yes.
now. But the offers are not always what they seem. Story on 10 NBC details a new scam that's been affecting a whole bunch of people in our area. The victim gets a phone call from someone posing as a government worker or a bank employee.
Yeah.
And they tell the victim that their account has been compromised and someone now has access to all of their cash.
Oh, my God.
They can get it anytime they want it, but there is a way to make this right.
What do I do?
This person advises them to quickly liquidate their bank account and put that money in gold.
Okay.
You can go online or any local place. And that is actually the brilliance of the scam. These people empty their accounts and they physically have the money from their accounts. They actually go and they buy the physical gold. Like this place is not telling them you have to go to some specific place to buy the gold. You can go anywhere you want to get the gold. They're holding the gold in their hands.
All right.
The issue shows up when this official then tells this person, because you have so much money with us and we want to make sure that you're safe and this is our mistake, we're sorry. We're going to send an official courier to come collect your gold and we will keep it in a safe until it can be converted back into cash.
Oh,
and
okay.
Turns out that the price of gold goes up so frequently that you may make money in this whole situation and we will fix everything.
All right.
Those couriers show up.
All right. I give them all my gold.
You take the gold and they are never seen again. The local FBI says they have been getting a bunch of calls in our area for this happening.
Damn.
And here's what might be the most surprising part. Tommy, after hearing how this scam works, the age of the person most likely to fall for this, you would think, would be...
Old cat.
Okay. The FBI says they have seen people of all ages getting got by this scam. And they also say in this story on 10 NBC last night, these are not the dumb people you have in your head that would fall for this. They say that these are well-educated, intelligent, successful people. People successful enough, Tommy, to have money to make it worth the while for the criminals.
Right. Yeah.
And the FBI says the losses in this scam have been massive. Instances of $500,000, $750,000,
Holy Christ.
and
Man.
$1 million gone, all in one shot, never to be seen again, thanks to this converted gold scam. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is it about gold that makes everyone, man, woman, old, young, a sucker?
I think it's just like holding a physical thing. You see it. You've probably seen it in cartoons growing up, right? Like having a gold bar means you're automatically rich, right?
Well, it does, yes.
So just the idea of like hunting for, buried treasure, stuff like that. It's something about having like that physical thing maybe for people that makes them feel like this just can't be a scam. I'm holding it in my hands.
Okay, that makes sense.
Gold is worth something, yeah.
But I think it goes even further than that because, Tommy, if you make fun of gold, you will really piss off a certain segment of the population.
My brother would be one of those people.
Nailed that, man, because your brother buys gold.
Yeah. And he's like, if the world collapses, if the banking system collapses, I still have gold. To do what? The trains ain't running, man.
Well, but he's got gold. Maybe he gets trains running again. I got gold! Gold!
Yeah. But I think it's right. Like, it's that old school thinking. You know what I mean? It's the pirate's booty.
Yeah.
It's like every movie you saw had gold. It's back in the day, gold coins.
Okay, fair enough. We feel like we're all familiar with gold because what's unique about gold?
It's the gold standard.
As opposed to any other kind of like valuable thing, right? People feel like they don't need to do research into gold because our entire
Speaks
lives...
for itself.
Exactly. We've been told how valuable gold is. They'll just go along with whatever they're saying.
How we wear it.
You're right. But this story is proof of it. Like, whatever somebody tells you about gold, you'll just be like, okay, and you'll just keep going along with the gold.
I always just said it was for. I always thought gold was for suckers. Like I'm
gonna get so many calls right
Yeah,
now.
and I was gonna say every time we
You
say
guys
that,
don't know what you're talking about.
the gold crew is gonna come up.
I know.
Gold crew is gonna show up at 252 WCMF and they're gonna yell you down with their gold voices.
Right.
But I guess to your point, like there isn't like a standard sucker, because even when we saw the Costco gold bars and people flocking to buy those, it wasn't like a specific type of person,
No.
a specific age group. Like it wasn't. It was all over the place in
Buy
terms
your
of people
gold in
that
bulk.
wanted to get in on that.
But here's the thing: the Costco gold thing, it's not a scam.
No,
I mean,
but
like,
I'm just saying like people interested in that type of
Okay.
thing.
hedging your bet.
Yeah.
And what kills me is when that whole crypto thing blew up and then like people were going to jail, I still see it advertised.
yeah, people are still buying and trading.
Like I was
crypto.
watching sports and crypto.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going, how is that? You just over here you're saying it's fake, and over here you're still trying to sell it to.
What's the arena called?
Crypto.
Yeah,
.com
crypto. Yeah,
arena.
the one in
Yeah.
Miami, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it Miami or LA?
LA, I think.
Miami
Dip,
seems
dip,
like the perfect place to sell crypto.
Okay, but what you just said is also a massive oversimplification of cryptocurrency,
Yeah.
which is going to set off a whole bunch of other people that you're talking like that. Remember, there was one guy a couple of years ago when crypto first started
Oh,
happening.
he was called in.
Yeah, it was blowing up,
Yeah.
right? And we simply said, we don't understand it.
Right.
We didn't get it.
Somebody explain it was
Exactly.
what we wanted.
And like our argument was, if you cannot simply explain to me why I should have it, then it feels like a scam and I don't want it. And one guy called up the show and we made fun of him because, that's what we do here.
Yeah.
Look, we're not trying to hurt feelings. We
No.
have,
We're trying to build relationships.
we got to pay for groceries.
Yeah.
And that guy tweeted at us
every day.
every single day about what idiots we were until the cryptocurrency market blew up and we haven't heard from the guy
Well,
since.
he had to sell his phone.
I have to sell it. But I think that loops back around to the age thing here.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about this scam. The FBI was on with 10 NBC last night, and they said that this scam has people calling as government officials or banking officials, telling people that their bank account has been compromised. Somebody has access to it. They need to empty it out as soon as they can, but there's a simple solution.
Yeah.
You go buy gold. And you can go buy your own gold.
Yeah,
You go to
yeah,
wherever you want to feel comfortable buying it. You collect all of the money you had
Got all the good stuff.
put it into the gold. And then because you are such a valuable customer of this bank or because, the government wants to take care of you, they're going to send a courier to pick up the gold to hold on to it until you convert it back into cash. When they do that, that is the scammer and you got.
Right.
And they say again in this story, there is not an age and that these are smart, educated people that have been successful and everybody is getting got no matter who you are. Are younger people right today more susceptible to scams than younger people were years ago?
You would think you would all be on to us, right?
Well, I mean, I don't
scammer.
look at, when I say younger people, I don't talk about like someone like myself. I mean, I'm middle-aged at this point, right? I got wife, 2 kids.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like the
A kid.
20 to 30-year-old crew.
I mean, maybe because it's new to them,
Yeah.
they could be scammed. Like they've never heard this before. Or somebody my age, you've heard about this stuff your whole life.
Okay. But then
But
why?
then again, my generation should be wise to it.
Exactly. Right? Like your generation is the one that seems most susceptible to all scams.
Do you think it's more
Yeah.
Wrinkly ass
maybe
faces.
younger people are this generation more than ever are looking to get rich quick?
But everyone.
Because
so
they-
was my generation, though.
Yes, but you also knew like if you had a job and you worked
Yeah.
and you were going to be okay, whereas
Compound
maybe
interest.
maybe a 20-something-year-old, 22-year-old kid might think, well, I may never have that, so I'm going to have to start taking some chances.
Okay, that's
I don't
a
know.
great point.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe
What
you're
are they
more-
saying? Like, how many kids today think they're never going to own a house?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. So maybe
All right.
they're more likely
Crypto
to
house.
take a risk thinking it's going to pay off. I don't know.
I think
but you're
it'll-
right. I do think everybody at some point in their life wants to take, wants a get rich quick situation, but maybe there are some that are looking for it more than others.
I also think it doesn't help that legitimate celebrities, or at least what like 20-somethings look at as legitimate celebrities, are like pitching a lot of these scams, right?
Oh,
like
true,
you see
you're being
YouTube,
influenced.
TikTok stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, even guys like Tom Brady, Matt Damon were doing commercials
Yep. Yeah.
for that crypto company that completely exploded. And we bring up millennials and Gen Z lost a whole bunch of money in crypto scam the last 2 years. Let's not forget those younger folks also spent money on those NFTs that are now worth like nothing. You remember
like
those?
digital art, basically.
Non-fungible tokens.
Yeah.
Remember the monkey with that cigarette hanging out of his mouth? And it was like, this is yours. And then people screenshot it. It's
Yeah.
like, hey, it's mine now. Like, it's not like that generation even though they have less money compared to other generations, is against taking risks with cash. Because even outside of like the traditional scam, online sports books are big with Gen Z and millennials. Those are risky.
Yeah.
As are buying and selling sports cards right now.
But again, trying to hit quick and, score something.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like when it comes to the traditional scams, you're not going to fool these kids using technology. Like they know, like, an African princess isn't waiting, But maybe Kimmy's right. If they think there's actual money to be made, you can get over on them just as much as you can an 80-year-old widow.
Yeah. We're all in the same dumbass boat.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, is it good that you learn your lesson early on? Does it open your eyes to scams down the road? Or does this make you susceptible to stuff like this for the rest of your life?
Well, I mean, if you're young and you get scammed early on when you don't have a lot of bank and you learn your lesson, that's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if you're one of those people that keeps lining up for this stuff, it seems like a lot of the people I know just keep lining up for this stuff.
Well, but it only takes like that person to hit on one thing where now they think, well, now, I mean, I know what I'm talking about. Like, this is a good investment. I'm going to get in before everybody else kind of thing.
But that's how every scam works, right? Like, I mean, every pyramid scheme that ever existed, there was someone who made money in the beginning, right? Like all of the things we talked about, whether it's crypto, whether it's NFTs, whether it's sports memorabilia or cards, whether it's online sports books, somebody knows someone who has made money if you're of a certain age.
Yeah. And sometimes you don't even have to know that person. It's basically somebody knows somebody that knew somebody.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even know that person. It's just a story, but
and
you
it's
fall
exaggerated at that point anyways.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm with you. If you have little to lose and you lose it all, that should keep you on the straight and narrow, right? But
you have time to recover. I do it at my age, I'm sunk.
Yeah. That's why your wife doesn't let you touch any money.
No, but I'm worth tens.
But then again, I do hear what you're saying, where there does kind of feel like there's a person that exists in this world that is susceptible to fall for this over and over and over.
It's the get-rich quick scheme guy.
Yeah.
Or gal. Women dumb, too.
Well, no, I mean, Kimmy, you go on social media. It feels like there's more women than guys trying that get-rich-quick scheme business stuff right now.
Yes, but do you find it's less risky? There's less investment involved because I'm just thinking of like those like pyramid schemes.
Multi-level marketing. You can get in serious trouble for calling a business a pyramid scheme that is not been proven a pyramid scheme by the government, according to our lawyers.
Whatever you want to call it. Yes, you can lose money doing that, but I'm gonna say it's not like you're handing over your bank account to something to invest in it.
Okay. All right. So I guess the moral of the story is
what's that?
Keep an eye out, but that doesn't really help because if you miss a legitimate opportunity to make money because you were being too cautious, that's the other problem. It makes you less skeptical of actual scams.
Okay.
Right?
Because you should be able to research stuff a lot easier now, too, than you could. But you could.
Yeah, okay, you could research crypto, and you're going to see nothing but a bunch of dudes telling you that
yeah,
this
but
is
you'll
a great
also
idea.
see the negatives, too, I'm hoping.
I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, anytime you hear a negative, people get shouted down by, you don't understand. This is the future. You don't get this. You don't have the wherewithal. We're off the gold standard. Buy this monkey smoking a cigarette picture. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You want to talk about how different the world is today compared to what it was. I mean, like all of these, scams that young people were falling for, it's proof of it. Proof of it is also in this news story that neither of you know about right now.
Oh.
Because if this were 30, 40, 50 years ago, this would be a daily updated story. These two people that are stranded and may never get home, and even if they attempt to do it, possibly could get in horribly. Do you guys know about these astronauts?
Yeah, they're kind of stuck.
I saw
So
this.
you know.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are aware. How are we not updating this on a daily
because
basis?
I saw this a while ago, and I thought that I just figured like they solved the problem until I saw it again the other day. I was like, oh no, they're not. It's still a problem.
This company that built this vehicle
We'll get into it.
is having a rough ride.
Yeah, they are. Yes,
They're
they
literally a rough ride.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, this would be an everyday story.
Yeah.
You would have top anchors trying to make connections with these people. You would have their family on. You would have government officials talking about how they're doing everything they can to get these people home. This is how much we've changed in this country, man, because there's a lot of people who have no idea that these two people are stuck in space. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into the story. Boeing, the plane company, has decided to try their hands at building spaceships.
Yeah.
And that ship that they built, the Boeing Starliner.
Sounds nice.
Starliner.
Starliner, baby.
It took 2 astronauts into space to hang at the International Space Station a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, they were delivering parts.
You got it. Yeah. They were like
Ben, Space Ben.
Space
Ben in space.
Okay, you
we
messed
got
it up.
there.
We're not even close.
We got.
His show sucks. The astronauts were supposed to be at the International Space Station for 8 days. They are now going on 60 days in space.
Yeah.
And the reason is there's an issue with the ship.
Yeah.
Thruster failures and helium links, whatever that means, has the folks at NASA scared that there could be a major disaster if the pair were to take that back to Earth.
Fire that old girl up, see what she can do.
Now, keep in mind, this is brand new. This isn't. So, NASA's been trying to come up with a fix.
Yeah.
The problem is, in the almost 60 days they've been stranded, they can't come up with one. So the pair is stranded in space waiting for a safe ride home.
Right, waiting on parts, basically.
Essentially, yes. So you guys said you were aware of this
I
story.
did say it, but I had forgotten about it, to your point.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know if they came back or they were still up there.
Same, because I assumed since we hadn't heard anything about it that they figured out a way to get them back. And then until this popped up again. Yeah.
All right, so it really says a lot about how the news works today because there's
so much going on.
Yeah, 30 years ago, this would have been an around-the-clock story, right?
Cronkite would have been out there at Cape Canaveral, Launchpad B.
Stranded in space, day 57.
And I have so many questions. Like, do they just have an unlimited food supply and stuff? Like, how are they?
Well, there's
like,
other people. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
There's other people on the space station.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would assume
how they getting home?
Plan for. I don't know.
Well, maybe they have their ship, or like something's coming up to get them that's also carrying other people.
All
like,
right, can they
how
bum a ride?
Do they rotate? Well, I'm
I don't know
also
either.
guessing like it's not like a minivan where you can lay down in the back.
Like, by the way, how old is this goddamn thing?
What,
the lab itself and everything else.
Oh, it's like the original one.
But yeah, it's like from the 70s.
Can you Google how long the International Space Station? Unless they like have been just replacing parts on
Maybe
it throughout the time, like those old like pirate ships that aren't actually old pirate ships anymore because they've all been replaced,
converted.
Exactly.
So, I mean, they'll get home.
It's been 60 days.
No, but like because those other people can come home eventually.
Okay, hear me out.
They can hitch a ride on that thing, whatever takes them back.
Hear me out. If you have 4 people in the International Space Station that were brought up.
Right.
They're going to eventually be replaced by 4 other people from whatever country is bringing them up there again, right? Which means 4 people are coming, which means there are 4 seats in that rocket ship, spaceship. So how do you put 2 more people in the ship?
Let them sit in the back. Like the storage area. There's always that back hatch area where the kids sit when you're taking a long trip. You put some board games back there and some sandwiches, they'll be fine.
If it were that simple, don't you think they'd be home by now?
I don't know. I would be crapping myself.
Yeah.
Well, no, you can't do that. You're in the space station. It'll float around.
But how bad's Boeing going right now?
Boeing going real bad, bro.
Real bad.
I mean, between doors flying off, missing bolts.
How about they cheaped out on parts that they admitted to? And now your Dreamliner...
Starliner. Dreamliner is the on-the-ground one.
It's in space on blocks.
I mean, yeah, you're right, man. Like, this is the worst time in the history of the Boeing Corporation. Right. How are they going to make it through this? If they make it through this...
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, Kimmy, you were saying.
So it's been orbiting Earth since the launch of its first model in 1998.
Oh, wait, I thought the space station...
Well, maybe this is a newer model.
Yeah.
We junked the old one.
Maybe, because the International Space Station has been orbiting Earth since 1998. It's expected to remain in service until the end of 2030 when they plan to deorbit it.
Okay, that's still 40 years.
So that's the one we share with the Russians.
Yeah.
So that we all hang out. For some reason, we're all friends when we get up into space.
Well, friends in space. I mean, you know.
I know.
There's nobody else up there to hang out with.
True.
That does have to be an awkward, right? Because, like, you know, those NASA people, they work for the U.S. government. And I would assume the cosmonauts also
They're
work
part of the Army.
Okay.
Right.
So, like, what do you talk about?
So, what's going on at, how about that Ukraine thing, huh? Pretty crazy? Yeah, you guys gonna pull out of that? Or you gonna take it? When are you gonna get that job done, huh?
It's amazing that this NASA scientist also talks like a guy from Jersey from the 30s. Hey, what you doing over there, huh?
A guy from Jersey would already have that thing running again.
Could you think of any person that you'd want to be stuck? Like 4 people. Could you think of 4 people you'd want to be stuck in space with for a significant amount of time?
I think how cramped that little place is.
Yes, you're on top. You got to be on top of each other 24/7. It's not like you could step outside and get some fresh air.
You're right. There's no one I love more on this planet than my wife and children, right? And I was in a tiny hotel room with them in a ballroom dance competition for 3 days, and I wanted to jump out a window. So no.
Yeah, because you have more freedom of movement in prison than you would in a space station.
Yeah, you at least get to go outside for an hour.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you go down, you eat, you come back.
Sure. No, you're right. 252 WCMF. We're talking about these 2 NASA astronauts. They took the new Boeing Starliner spaceship up to the International Space Station, like Tommy said, to bring some parts up there. They were supposed to be up there for 8 days. They are now going on 60 days stranded in space. NASA is worried after some issues with this Boeing spaceship that a major disaster could happen if the pair were to take it back to Earth. Now, here's the funniest part of this story.
What's that?
NASA says that if there were an emergency, the 2 astronauts could fly the spaceship home, which is interesting, seeing how they're not flying the spaceship home.
Well, they take a shot.
They make it sound like they decided to have an extended space vacation.
Okay.
Spacecation, if you will. Right? Like, and here's the other thing. If you're these 2 astronauts, like, you're very smart people.
Yeah.
You understand how all of this works.
Right.
And you also know that if there was a way to get you home safe, NASA would have had you home a month ago.
Right.
Even when they say you're good to go, how do you get
How
on that
confident
ship?
are you?
Oh, and start her up?
Seriously. And
But
no,
at that point,
starting it
you're-
up ain't the problem. It's like the 30 miles in to Batavia where it's like, oh, there's no going back now.
But do you think at that point, though, you're just willing to risk anything just to try to get home?
To die?
Well, those
Well, I
guys
mean,
know
but-
the risk. I mean, those guys are. I mean, they
It's
got.
a man and a woman, by the way.
I mean, well,
They know the risks. Yeah.
he's got balls. She got a giner. I'm saying it
Thank
takes
you.
it takes a rough space giner to do that kind of mission.
He's got balls, she's got a giner is my favorite space-themed Ribs Arkansas song.
He's got balls. She's got a giner. Damn thing blew up over North Carolina. Found her nips in the old Mississippi.
I wonder.
Didn't think I could do it, did you?
I'm impressed.
But here's the other thing. When you pull up at a new ride, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you finish your space thought.
So when anytime you pull up with something new
Yeah.
and you step out, you're gonna be bragging about it. So when they first pulled up to the Skylab
out the
and they
new
got
model.
out. Yeah, check it out, man. New Boeing setup. What you Russian boys got to compare, huh? Yeah, she's a beauty. Purrs like a kitten up in space. I probably flooded it.
You were going to say, I'm sorry.
I mean, to your point about, astronauts are just built different, right? So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, like, I bet you, like, they would take that risk right now if NASA let them.
They got it. She's right,
Like,
man.
I
If
bet you they're just like, it's, they're being cautious, obviously.
Dying
But
in-
they might just be ready to go.
Dying in space seems horrific because nobody
for
knows
sure.
what it's like. And, like, okay.
But it doesn't stop, guy. But we've been.
But they took that chance going up there.
But think about the history of NASA. Like, think about those guys that stood and watched the other guys die.
Yeah.
And, all right, you got it. Shut. Phil, y'all up next. Strap on them suits, boys. You won't be a bumpy ride.
Okay, it's all easy to like say that as we sit here in this room, and maybe it's even easy to think like you're prepared for this until like the actual like, hey, you can't take the ship back. There's a problem. Like if somebody told you like, hey, your brakes have a 20% chance of failing, you wouldn't drive your car.
But I ain't got the right stuff or the crew cut.
The right stuff.
But those guys they were daredevils more than anything else.
Sure, yeah.
It was a rocket with a chair on it, and here, put this scuba mask on and go touch the sun. Okay, I'll do it every night. Man, my dad died right in front of Walter Cronkite.
All right, let's take a break. You know what? There are some social scenes as technology improves that are hard to navigate because we don't officially have rules as to how we should navigate them. Like it used to be, Tommy, if you walked into somebody's house and they were playing a record or a CD or a cassette, you didn't touch that. It's their music. And if you did touch that stuff, you were a dick. But now anybody can access anybody's music stuff because it's all digital and it floats through the air. And if I want to change stuff, I can. The worst person on the planet
Who's that?
is the person who walks into someone else's home and does this. And it turns out you and I both know the worst person on the planet.
Oh.
Because, Kimmy, even you admit.
I don't know how to make it stop.
What's going on?
We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Music sets a mood, Tommy.
Oh, sure.
And a good playlist can be very important when you get all of your friends' family together.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are some people in the world who are oblivious to the fact that not everyone is into what they're into. And someone in this room is married to one of the worst offenders.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We may need some time to break this down.
No.
So we'll jump right into it. Kimmy, you've been having a problem with your husband lately.
Well, I think he's always been this person, but I've really just started to notice it lately.
What happened?
Okay.
So, when you're, especially in the summertime, you're out at a lot of people's homes for barbecues and things like that. And usually they'll have some sort of Bluetooth speaker setup going, during the day. So there's music in the background. I've realized that my husband struggles to have a good time unless, he likes the music playing wherever he is.
Oh, like his kind of set.
Yes. And as you know, he's a big Dead and Company guy. He loves the Dead. He loves those kind of jam bands. Certain artists that he loves right now. He's a big music repeater. Drives me crazy, but it's his thing. So any chance he gets at these picnics we've been to, he will take over the music.
So he's like a club DJ all of a sudden?
He will completely commandeer the speaker, hook up his phone to it, and play. Now, to his credit, he does ask permission first.
No, there's no such thing as asking permission.
But nobody will ever tell him no.
All right.
But not only does he play the music that he likes to play, but he will tell everybody about the music that's playing and why they should also be into it.
Okay. So
I've realized that he is a playlist pirate.
He is 100%.
Oh, yeah.
A playlist
He is the captain now.
All right, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Kimmy, your husband is a great guy.
Yes.
And he's
yes,
he's one of the nicest people, sincerely, I've ever met in my life. And after you told me this, I hate him with the power of 1,000 suns. How is your husband so oblivious to what he's doing?
I also don't want to know how much money he spent in the, what do they call them, touch tunes? Whenever there's those.
Wait, he'll do that at the bar too?
Oh, he sure will. Whenever
what's a touch
he gets,
tune?
It's
like a
the
jukebox,
but it's like digital.
Okay.
But if you hook up to the app, you can pay more to push your songs to the front.
He's putting on Dead songs in the bar?
He'll try to read the vibe. He doesn't. It's not always the Dead.
You can't sit here and
It's
say
Mo, Donna the Buffalo. all the hits.
You guys like Rusted Root? Kimmy, you can't say that he'll walk up oblivious to somebody and be like, can I take over your speaker? And then say he reads the vibe of the bar. Those two things don't go side by side.
Yeah. No, he's that guy.
Here's the other thing that sucks about this, this specifically. He puts on music that most people won't be into.
Yes, and that's the only people that do this. Because on the old show, I was at a party where the host said, hey, you got to check this out. Puts it on, and then that wants everybody to be quiet because he wants to tell you about it.
Thank you.
It's a pool party with kids, and he's trying to explain the history of the two, and nobody cares about.
It's like we're in an A&R meeting at CBS Radio Rock and Roll Records.
It is the worst because it kills the party.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF. Here's what sucks the hardest about the playlist pirate, about the tune tyrant. There is no way to stop them without you yourself being a dick. Because, Tommy, if you're at your place and somebody has to put music on the speaker, looking them in the face and telling them no is a hard thing to do. Because not only is it rude, you're also telling them their music sucks and it sucks hard. And people will take that very personally. Like, Kimmy, your husband loves the music that he's into.
Yes, he does.
He travels across the country to see the bands that he loves, right? And even if you don't look them in the face and tell them the music sucks, they're not going to back down. They're going to insist that you don't know what they know.
Right.
That you haven't heard this song. You got to listen to this one. Hold on, just listen to this one. You never gave this band a real chance. If I could just play it for you and explain it to you why it's playing, why it's good, that we can all enjoy the stuff that we will all get the worst person on the planet.
I know.
Fix it.
You know, it's funny. We were talking earlier about what you have to see in a bar to know it's a great place. Like there are places my husband will go over others if he knows that's gonna play like his type
It's
of
a dead
music
bar,
there.
yeah.
Like he loves Three Heads because he always loves the music played in Three Heads. Like he's very particular about what is coming over the speakers wherever he goes.
But I think there's a naivete to the point where he doesn't realize this music isn't for everybody. It's such
No, you're right. He thinks he can make it for everybody,
which is impossible.
Yes, yeah.
You can't force taste on somebody. You can't.
Okay, you said that.
Hey, hold on.
You said that.
I never force the music I like on anybody. I listen to it by myself.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. You don't want anybody to enjoy it
No.
with you.
That's a recent thing. This is a recent thing. He used to do that all the time, try to force it on
What?
people. Hey, you like Kitty Clark and the Back Park 5? Check it out, man. Hey, wait, no, hold on.
I've
Listen,
changed.
I need you to listen to Chintz Bradley and Take 4-7. Like, shut up, man. Like, it's only when he met his wife and she looked him in the face and said, this sucks, and he stopped doing that.
What? Can a guy grow?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy's husband is a playlist pirate. Well,
It's time to admit it. It's happening.
he will walk into a party, commandeer the Bluetooth, and play the music that he wants to hear. And you say he's oblivious to people thinking this sucks.
No, I think I don't think he's oblivious to that though, and that's why I don't know why he still does it, because he will wait it out. Like he'll wait it out. He'll maybe wait until some people leave so the crowd's a little smaller, but the second he gets an opportunity to switch things up, he'll do it.
Weed out the lamos.
Well, that's how pirates work. They wait for the ship to be the least populated,
Yes.
and then they jump on top
Yeah.
of it. I mean, Tommy, do you have the balls to keep control of the speaker at your house?
No.
So, like, if her husband came over and you had whatever you had on, you would let him play the Dead.
Yeah, by then I'm pretty buzzed.
Like, it's hard to think of a bigger overstep at someone else's
Yeah.
home than being a playlist pirate. I would rather someone take over cooking on my grill.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather someone go into my fridge without asking. I would rather someone open a bottle of booze that was in the liquor cabinet without asking than try and take over the music. The music is such a personal thing.
But nobody's. One thing about the music, usually nobody's listening to it anyway.
Right,
Everybody's
right.
just like it's background.
Sometimes he says it, I'm like, oh, I haven't even been paying attention to what's been on.
But he sounds like a guy that's really.
Yeah. Oh,
he's
like
not
I said,
having fun
Yes.
till he hears his tunes.
It'll bother him the whole time
Right.
if he doesn't like the music that's played.
How much thought do you guys put into the playlist when you have people over?
I mean, I usually just put the music. I mean, it's
I
just
try
like
to put a good variety in, thinking there's going to be, random people there that are into different stuff.
No, see, that's what you're supposed to do. What were you going to say?
So if people are coming over, I usually just have my music on.
Oh, really? Because that's weird. Because I just heard a second ago here in the break room, Kimmy,
Yeah.
an honest, hard-hitting show that I don't try to force my music on anybody, man. I just put on what I like.
Oh, you can leave.
Jimmy Staples in the back pencil 4.
So, but usually, like my wife will tell me, like when people are coming over, don't put your music on. Like she'll either like to hear her country music,
Okay.
or she likes Van Morrison, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which I like Van to a point. It gets
First
a
name
little.
basis.
All right, I heard it already. Right?
Well, you don't want to go into the Mystic with me?
No,
Come
no.
on. Hold my hand. We'll go into the Mystic.
And country, I can take or leave. It depends.
The other thing that drives me nuts too is not only will he put on the music, but he can't just leave it once it's on.
What do you mean?
He's got to skip through the songs.
Oh, that's the worst, too.
Like he is not somebody that can listen to a song in full.
Wait, he's
Wait,
into
but
jam
bands, they go
No,
on forever.
I know. Well, actually, no. That is the
He's
one
an
exception.
impatient hippie.
When's the war going to be over?
He's
Come
a
on, keep
song-
trucking.
He's
Want
a
to get out of here?
song
Keep trucking.
skipper to the point where he'll go all the way through and then continue to listen to the same song again.
No,
Yes.
I've never heard it. Like everybody that loves this music, like that's
Like,
the one thing. Like, how can you listen to that
As soon
tune?
as you start to get into whatever the music is, it changes. Like I was just getting used
I
to
hate
that.
him. I hate your husband. I hate your husband more than anybody on the planet.
We may need some help.
I wish you wouldn't have told me this, because now every time I look at him,
That's
I'm going to
funny,
hate him.
though.
I
I'm
feel like
gonna effing hate
I'm
him.
having a therapy session right now.
All right.
Let it out, Kimmy. Let it out. 252 WCMF. Kimmy reveals that her husband is a playlist pirate, will walk into people's homes and take over the Bluetooth, play all his jam band stuff. Now she's saying he's skipping songs.
He's a
right?
song skipper.
I take my playlist very seriously when I have people over. Like, I will try and tailor them to the folks that I'm having at the house. Like, I did that when you guys came over a couple of years ago for that, like, doctor thing that my wife had.
Yeah, what'd you want?
It was, you weren't paying attention.
No, I was enjoying the company of people.
No, but you shouldn't remember the music.
Right, that's a good party.
Yeah, it should be something that doesn't bother you and it doesn't, completely take over. It should just be background
Like, I don't
noise.
put on playlists. I just put on, like, a genre of music.
No, I make my own playlist.
Yeah, that's a little weird,
but
too.
I know.
'Cause now you could
I
just
think
go,
everybody has a house playlist.
No. I will specifically tailor a playlist for the people coming over
so you make
to
a
the
different
house.
playlist every time?
So, yeah,
that's too much work.
No, I enjoy it because I get to like listen to the music that I like.
Because you don't want to talk to people. You really don't want to have this party.
Well, yeah, you were coming over. Of course,
you invited me.
I didn't. My wife invited you.
Same thing.
No. And like that becomes a problem with my wife and I because my wife also likes to create playlists for parties, like specific playlists. So like she has weird ass music taste.
Yeah, but
bro.
she's like me because we always talk jazz.
No, she just wants to sound cool, and you finally have someone that's like, oh, whoa, someone takes an interest in crap that I like. Wow, you like Spade Daniels in the 54.5?
Oh, your mom was there? Sold out, I hear.
No, but like my wife,
Yeah.
you just brought it. It's a perfect, you hit it on the head.
Right.
It feels like my wife is trying to impress people with the music that she wants to put in the playlist instead of actually putting on music everyone would like.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Like if we have someone over that like is like Irish, for example, this happened once.
Yeah.
She made a playlist of the Pogues, and they're an Irish band.
Yeah.
And I know you don't
shouldn't
like,
listen to them.
you've
All right.
never listened to those people ever. I've played them for you. And
But
you
she's trying
forgot
to
they
please the
existed.
crowd.
No, but then she'll not only will she do it to please the crowd,
Yeah.
she'll like play it up. Oh yeah, I'm into this. Yeah, I like this stuff. That's good. I like it. It's really good. Yeah, that's
Wow.
great. And it drives. Okay, are you ready for
But
this?
wouldn't you want that though? Because
Okay.
she's playing something that you also like.
No, I do, but it's the fact that
It's fake.
it's yes. How about this?
Okay, you want her to like, but not too much.
So we have a friend of ours who is British, born,
Yes.
raised in
Oh.
British. He came born, raised in British. He came over when he was a kid to play soccer here, right? So a couple other people, they're all hanging out one night at the house having a couple of drinks, and she puts on a playlist, and it's Oasis.
Okay.
British band, right? And coming of age, the age he is, this was the biggest thing in the
Mm-hmm.
world. So he goes, oh, I love Oasis. My wife goes, I love Oasis too, and I'm drunk. We've been around it. I'm sick of it. I can't take it anymore.
No.
I go, yeah,
Don't
you
do
love
this.
Oasis.
Called her out.
Oh,
Don't do this.
I called her ass
Why
out
would you
big
do
time.
that?
Because I wasn't taking it anymore. Why didn't you just do what you're doing with your husband, Kimmy? Sometimes a person gets pushed to the edge they can't take it. And I go, really? My wife. Yeah, I love Oasis. I go, really? What's your favorite Oasis song? And she paused for a second, and British guy trying to save her. He goes, and he names the song. She goes, yeah, I love that one. I go, oh, you love that one? She goes, yeah, sing it. Sing it.
It's like an initiation into a biker gang.
Look, you didn't have to do this. You made me do
Yeah.
this.
But she was trying to find common ground
No.
with a guest in her
No,
house.
she wasn't trying to find common ground. She was trying to be like, they check me out. I know, like, oh,
Sing
this
it.
I'm well-rounded music.
Which you're not, which is fine. You don't
Yeah.
have to be. Your
So
husband.
she talks to me about jazz all the time.
Yeah. She didn't know what she's talking about.
But she
Sing
says
it.
the right names and
It's
stuff.
all a lie.
Bow, 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 bow.
Yeah, she says the right name. Bro, you can make up any name and it's a jazz artist. Oh, wow. You're really into Stevie McDouche? It's Kimmy, check it out on Spotify. You can listen to
Stevie
his
So he's half Irish, half Jewish jazz artist.
Stevie McDouche. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. This is two things. Number one, I don't understand why somebody that is married to an employee of CMF is playing anything other than WCMF.
Well, we have people over that aren't going to be like into. I love listening to classic
I don't
rock.
care about your people all over that aren't into whatever. You play CMF. And that's
Okay,
it.
you got it. Yeah.
But this is the strongest argument for the old school systems where, I got the wired speakers. There's no Bluetooth. It's just put the mixtape in and call it a day. Nobody's controlling nothing except me.
Rammer hasn't made a mixtape since John Cusack was holding a radio over his head.
Well, mixtape was back when, the original stealing music was you had to actually time it and record it off the radio because, you couldn't literally just go out and afford to buy the album.
Yeah,
So,
when I was a kid, I hated Spazzano for that because it's like, bro, just stop talking over the song. I just want to get the beat. Shut up,
Keep
Spazzano.
missing the intro.
Exactly, and yet here you are not stopping talking.
Good point. That's a good point, Rammer. All great points today, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. He was coherent for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, how about that?
Okay, let me ask you this question,
Sure.
right? Because if you're not going to make your own playlist, you're going to put on what you want, but that sucks. I'm going to put on what I want. That's also going to suck to most of the people at the party. What genre of music is the most universally liked, cannot go wrong genre for a room full of random people?
It would have to be just pop music, right? It would have to be a cross-section of like something you would hear like almost on like PXY.
That ain't gonna. No, you haven't listened to pop music lately?
Well, I'm thinking like a Taylor Swift, a Britney,
Okay,
Beyonce.
you just named two women that are in different generations.
No, but the music is pleasant. It's not offensive. It's just good music.
Did you
You
not?
might shock some people.
Yeah, you have not. Have you not caught the last couple Beyonce albums? I mean, I like it, but it's not like run of the mill, non-offensive stuff.
All right, I'm out.
Okay. Kimmy, if I were to ask you, you had to pick one genre of music for a group of people, all different types. What is the most universally liked genre of music where you're going to get away with just playing that? 80? Is it 80s music? Journey? REO Speedwagon? Styx? I mean, it's soft.
Yeah.
I was going to say like soft rock kind of. What do they call it? Like yacht rock?
Yacht rock would work.
Yacht rock.
You're going to get to Stephen Bishop and people are going to be like, I don't care about
Yeah,
you.
but it's
Like
good
B-52s
background noise,
and stuff like that.
B-50, how do you have the worst? B-52s are the most unique. What B-52 song have you heard where you haven't stopped and been like, that's the B-52s? That's a rock lobster.
But that's the kind of music I'm thinking about that was popular music in the 80s.
The B-52s.
Yes.
How about the Talking Heads? You know, that normal.
That's a really good tune.
No, the Talking Heads is a band.
Well, you know what I mean.
No, I like the Talking Heads. It's also unique music that would
But
make
that's
you
the
stop.
80s. That was all popular music in the 80s. It was played on the radio.
I mean, like generic.
That
pop.
was.
It's not generic.
Yes, it is.
I like it. It's you're my ass guy. That's generic. You wouldn't notice.
Everybody
What do you
walked
mean
around
by
like that
generic?
back then.
Do you mean
you couldn't hold a cup of coffee?
What were you saying? I'm doing the music video.
Yeah, what do you mean by? But he's saying like you're talking about standard '80s music, which is across all of.
That's almost classic rock, though.
Well, I mean, I guess yes. I think there's an argument you can make too for a lot of the songs that we play here. That would it's background music. You're familiar with it, but it's not going to distract.
Well,
from the
Remmer's right there.
conversation.
But on CMF and shut up.
Maybe you could.
You know, there is like that.
Don't touch my $400,000 door.
There's also that time frame of '90s music where there are a lot of one-hit wonders, where it's music that most people can sing along to, and maybe it's not too annoying.
So you want Duncan Sheik is what you want. I am barely breathing.
Yeah.
That would work.
Stuff like that. Like you don't
Edwin
even really
McCain.
know who sings it. You just know the song.
All right.
Remember that song where he was just like talking over? She went out with the children of the stars.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Lullaby. Everything gonna be
So many one-hit wonders out there.
Yeah. Now that I'm thinking of it, maybe I'll put that on the way home today. All B. Remember that song, All B?
No.
I'll be better when I'm older.
That sounds horrible.
It's a great song.
Could you just go with country?
So country's divisive because like it's the most popular genre of music in America
Right, the new
now.
country they're playing right now.
But people that don't like country hate country. Like, I don't like modern country. So, like, if it came on at a party, I would be just distracted.
But they're always having fun in those tunes. You know what I mean? It's always those tunes are all about partying.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know?
It ain't my scene, man.
All right.
I want Edwin McCain.
You don't have fun.
Give me the best of Edwin McCain and the B-52s. That's what I'm looking for. 252 WCMF. This all started with Kimmy's husband being a tune tyrant, a playlist pirate, a guy who walks in, puts his music on, and he likes the most...
He wants to tell you about it.
Okay, let's talk to Matt. He's on CMF. Hey, Matty, what's up, buddy? Matt.
Am I on?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? Yeah,
Good.
I just said I was like chuckling when she said about the dead thing because I do the same thing at like parties we go to, and everybody's rolling their eyes, and my wife's like, "Dude, no one wants to invite us because all you do is play the Grateful Dead," and instantly commandeer everybody's.
Okay.
Sounds like you are self-aware, but you're still going to do it anyways.
I just keep on doing it because it just makes me in a good vibe.
It makes me in a good vibe. Doesn't help with his English, but it makes him in a good vibe. Matt, now that we've had this conversation, will you consider changing, making everybody hate you all the time?
Something. I'm at the age where I don't even care.
I'm at the age where I will make everyone else miserable for the sake of my
For
happiness.
the sake of his good vibes.
Exactly.
Maddie, thanks for the call, buddy. Maybe it's all Deadheads then.
Which is weird because the Dead music is supposed to be about freedom and expression
That's
and
part
being
of it.
yourself. And then you turn into like Kim Jong-un. You're going to confiscate the music and force it and put posters of yourself up, and you're going to have to listen. It's so dictatorial.
Ooh.
Well, look at you.
Yeah.
Well, that's it's because one of his favorite new jazz bands.
Bobby Dictatorial.
No, I was talking about Jumpin' Jacob on the dictatorial floor. All right, let's take a break. There's no arguing the victim in this story did not do something to deserve what happened here. And the man who was arrested in this story should have been arrested. He's out of his mind. Yeah. The little detail in the story is what's funny, though, because whether or not this guy did this on purpose or he didn't do it on purpose, this dude still would have been arrested and no one would have blamed this other guy. We'll get into the whole story, and we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are two sides to this story, and no one's going to argue which side is the right side. The question is, Tommy, was it a mistake that led to this psycho going off, according to police, or was it something else? Because no matter what happened, this victim should not have been subjected to this. But did they have a hand in their own threat? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we are about a half an hour away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Oh, boy.
That's right. It's where they whine on Tuesday. Just after 9 o'clock, get those brains working. If you're driving around, start looking around, picking up clues, the vibe of whatever town you're in. And we'll try and hand out a star. Half an hour away, just after 9 o'clock, where they whine here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us, Tommy, from Henrietta, the corner of Highland and Calkins Road.
Oh.
A man says he accidentally cut off another car while he was driving.
Okay, that happens.
The driver of the car that was cut off got out of his car, according to police, and approached the vehicle. While he was approaching a vehicle, police say he took out a knife.
Okay.
According to the police report, the man with the knife then moved towards him threateningly. Sidebar. What other way could someone move towards you with a knife than threateningly?
Yeah, it's a pretty, yeah, you're right.
Like outside of putting the knife in your mouth and like cartwheeling towards his car. I mean, I guess that would be like.
Yeah, it'd still be disturbing.
Yeah, you're probably right. Okay, anyway.
Right.
So when the man with the knife got to the car, he allegedly told the driver, quote, "I'll F you up." Now, a witness was able to verify the man had a knife and he said those things. The good news.
What's the good news?
Cooler heads eventually prevailed and no one was hurt. The man with the knife was arrested, charged with menacing in the second degree, and he has a court date coming up. So, no one, Tommy, is going to argue that the person who was threatened deserved it. That would be insane.
Yeah.
But there's one part of this story, a tiny little part.
What's that?
That's funny. The victim told the police that he accidentally cut off the man who had the knife.
Well, that could be.
He specifically says in the police report, I accidentally cut him off.
Right.
Okay.
Do you believe him?
I mean, yeah.
So you do believe him?
I mean, everybody's done it.
Okay. Kimmy?
I think if you're willing to admit fault in that, then I guess I wouldn't believe you if you said I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know why he's mad at me. But I guess if you're willing to admit that, yeah, maybe I caused the issue in the first place, I would believe you.
Okay, here's why I think
you're admitting fault.
So you're saying no.
Here's why I think he's lying. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Whether or not he accidentally cut him off doesn't change the story. The police would not have let the man with the knife go free because you intentionally cut him off. But the fact that you said it was an accident specifically makes me feel like it wasn't. Like a situation like thou protesteth too mucheth.
Because you noticed you did it, you're saying?
I mean, well, there's that, right? I mean, also, when you accidentally make a move like that in your car, aren't we always doing stuff to say, like, we're sorry? Like, you give him the wave, like, oh,
well, he
sorry.
may have done that. He didn't see it.
Okay,
because
possibly.
he's in front of you.
Yeah, or, I mean, he also walked up to your car with a knife, according to police. Right? Most of the time, that's enough to diffuse the situation, right? This kind of sounds like a man who knew he made a massive mistake in cutting off the worst possible person and then didn't want to look stupid when it was all over. If you say, I accidentally cut him off, to me that's an admission you intentionally cut him off.
So I was just I was fighting for space and screw you.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, again, it doesn't change the fact that that person with the knife is a psycho.
Yeah.
If the allegations are true, and he's still going to go to jail, and you didn't do anything illegal.
Well, we've
him
all
off.
done that. We've all accidentally realized too late what we did. That would make you a perfect driver.
Okay.
If you didn't.
So here's what I'm hearing from you. And the phone
here's what I'm not hearing from you.
What's that?
You don't think you've ever cut anybody off.
Oh, I haven't cut anybody off.
I know you don't.
I'm a great driver.
No, you're not.
I am. I told you I got that side cam in my Honda Pilot.
You also had a crushed back light that you didn't fix for a long time.
Somebody backed into me.
Oh, is that what happened?
Hearing about this
it's
for
their
the first
fault.
time.
In the garage here. If I came in here, we started this conversation, and I was like, somebody backed into me, wasn't my fault. Then you could not believe me. But that's what happened.
You think you're a perfect driver.
I mean, yes, but that's beside the point.
Is it?
Here. Well, you think I'm not a good driver?
I don't know. I don't drive with you, man. You could be the
even
worst driver when you leave here.
With the amount that you were on the road, there is not. You had to have made some mistakes.
Or just cut somebody off.
Yes.
I won't. I don't. I'm telling you, man.
It's impossible.
I am a triple checker before I go.
Triple checker.
Blinker goes
this?
on, over the shoulder, look at the cam to make sure the side.
Nobody's
over the
got that
shoulder
much
again,
time when
go.
you drive.
I'm telling you, man, I am a very cautious driver. I've never gotten a speeding ticket in my life.
That's sad.
I've never gotten a moving.
Okay, just
I've
because
never
you've never gotten a speeding ticket doesn't mean you've never cut somebody off.
I've never had a moving violation. I'm just saying.
Okay, so
I've never changed lanes dangerously.
There are certain states aren't there certain places where you can't turn right on red and like simple things like that? Like, do you know where specifically you're not supposed to turn right on red?
Well, if it says don't turn right on red,
no, it doesn't always say that. It's just a known thing.
Well, then that's a thing. I can turn right on red there.
No, you can't.
Okay, see, now you're taking shots at a guy who's better than you, and I understand
No,
why.
I'm just saying, like,
I understand why you're offended.
Maybe you did something without knowing it. Is all I'm saying.
Okay, fair enough. That's a weird way to put it. Look, all I'm saying is,
What's that?
if you intentionally say out loud, "I accidentally cut him off," to me, that's an admission that you intentionally cut him off.
But I've never like intentionally cut somebody off. It's always been a mistake, and I've done it.
You've never intentionally cut somebody off where you were running out of space and you had a little bit of spot there and you just went.
I mean, you probably.
Look who's live now.
But like I'm like some evil person behind the wheel. I save that for when I'm not driving.
But you just said it, and what you just said is proof as to why this guy intentionally cut him off, because he didn't want anybody to think, the police officers, the folks that were around him, that he did it on purpose, because you just said, I'm not some evil person.
Right, I'm a nice person.
Okay, so if he would have said, I intentionally cut him off, let me ask you a question. 252 WCMF, again, this man in Henrietta, corner of Calkins Road and Highland, said he accidentally cut a man off. That man then got out of his car with a knife, moved towards him threateningly, said, I will F you up. That man, thank God, was arrested, charged with menacing in the second degree. Nobody was hurt. And again, it was an accident.
Yeah.
If this man intentionally cut off the man with the knife, did he get what was coming to him?
With the knife?
Uh-huh.
No, of course not.
No? Not a little bit? Not a little bit.
What's a little bit of a knife?
Well, no, I mean, he wasn't stabbed. It was just a scaring situation.
Well,
Maybe the
it's
guy
still
with the knife.
threatening.
No, it is. No, I'm not saying it should. I'm just
But
asking.
you say, does he deserve a little
Well,
bit?
no. I mean, you said I'm not evil. I don't cut people off.
Right. I'm human.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But if he did intentionally cut someone off, if he's evil.
I think we have two different ideas of what intent is.
Okay.
Because like I'm intending to cut you off intentionally.
Like to be a dick.
Yes.
Oh, not to get in.
Right.
Okay. So then in that case, you've intentionally cut people off a bunch of times.
No. Not intentionally.
Why? Wait.
I'm just
So
squeezing
confused
in.
now.
Your definition of intentionally cutting someone off is doing it just to piss them
didn't
off?
intentionally intend to.
Right. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm just trying to squeeze in.
So then you cut people off
no,
all
let
the
me
time.
in. Just let me in, man.
Kimmy, what's intentionally cutting somebody off?
Knowing that they're gonna have to slam on their brakes.
Right. That's
to
a
let you
dangerous
in.
driver. Absolutely.
Hapsay?
Absolutely.
Hapsay.
Absolutely.
Hey. When's the last time you intentionally cut somebody off?
Again, I don't think I've intentionally done it. I know that I've probably accidentally done it, where I like didn't see them coming, or maybe I didn't look. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like something where I was pissed at that person, so I was going to intentionally cut them off.
But again, that's okay. All right, you know what? No, you're right. We have different definitions
I think
of what
so,
intentional
too.
is, and your two definitions are wrong.
Because I'm thinking like a wild driver, a kid, reckless driving. That when I hear intentionally cutting somebody off, like you're completely unaware. You don't care about other people's safety.
Okay, I got you.
Yes.
But you trying to squeeze in when there's not
You're
the
just like
space.
squeezing.
That's caring about their
Yeah.
safety, because you could slow down until that person passes.
Well, how about if I just gently kind of just move in?
Okay, so that's intentionally cutting them off. How is that not worried about their safety in the back? If they had to slam it on, if they
I
weren't
give them
paying
time.
attention?
I never do a slam move in. It's easy.
But how would it be intentional if like you didn't see them coming?
Okay,
Or
that's
you didn't
unintentional. If you
Oh,
don't see
well,
them
that's
there,
what
what
I'm
Tommy is
saying.
saying is he sees them there. He's not doing it to be a dick.
I'm just
but
trying to move over.
Yeah, he can't hit his brakes and slow down to get over after that person passes. He's got to get in now.
Like you got enough time to let me in,
So according to you.
according to the standard maritime law.
Maritime
of the
law
road.
of the road?
Yes.
The road maritime law?
The road's near the water.
What are you talking about?
Maritime road law.
Okay. Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. We had a couple Facebook messages coming in. This comes in from Bobby. Bobby says, Duffy's right. If you say you didn't do something to a cop, you absolutely did it. Okay, that's a stupid statement, Bobby. This comes in from Rebecca.
Yeah.
A little pop. If you're telling the cop that it was by accident, it probably was by accident. You also said there were witnesses that saw what happened. There's no need to lie if it wasn't a crime, so it was by accident. Why do you feel like he would lie to that cop? It's all about embarrassment.
Oh, you're shaming. I'm ashamed of what I did? So I'm saying it was an accident?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, do you want to look? I mean, if you cut somebody off, can you get a ticket for that?
Yeah. It's reckless driving.
Has anybody gotten a ticket?
I know, because somebody would have to, you'd have to do it right in front of a cop, right? For it to, for you to get pulled over.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy's got to be perfect.
Okay, I love how you don't even pause. You don't even pause. Well, yeah, it's reckless driving.
It is.
Give me an example of it happening to somebody.
I'm sure it has.
But no, I didn't.
Why do they have reckless driving as a ticketed
Why do they have jaywalking?
Because the cop sees it. He can't catch it all the time, but he sees it.
Have you ever met someone who's gotten a jaywalking ticket?
Yes, I have.
You lie. Why
yes,
you lie?
I have.
When?
Bro, we had a kid that used to walk all the way back from where he was poor.
All the way back from where he was poor?
Yes. He lived in Poor Town.
And he got a jaywalking ticket.
Yeah. I'm telling you, he did.
Look me in the face.
What?
Because you do that thing when you lie, where you look away every time you try and tell me. So look me in the face. He got a jaywalking ticket?
He got a jaywalking
Where?
ticket. He got it in Brighton, Henrietta Town Line Road. Because he would walk all the way back.
Oh, back to the poor.
Poor town, bro.
In Brighton, Henrietta Town Line Road.
No, he lived in the city. And sometimes nobody would give him a ride home.
Cutting someone off while driving is considered an unsafe maneuver or unsafe lane change.
Okay, so that's where they'll get you.
Well, that'd be reckless driving.
No, it's an unsafe lane change.
Well, it sounds reckless to me if it's unsafe.
We have a charge of unsafe. Just admit, man.
It's reckless.
Okay. Admit that one, you do what this man did and had a knife pulled on him, and why can't that happen to you? Two, you don't know all of the maritime road laws. And three, look, man, it's okay to admit that you're a bad driver. Just
but don't.
But I'm not. I'm a good driver. I'm a good driver. I don't understand.
You could be a good driver, but still make some mistakes.
Hey, maybe you guys can. Maybe you guys can. I've traveled too
Christ
much.
behind the wheel over here.
I've traveled too much around this great country. I think having kids in your car changes how you drive.
Yes, but you've done so much driving that it would be impossible for you to never make a mistake on the road.
If you have to believe that to sleep at night, you do what you have to do. All right. Let's take a break. Fast food restaurants are scrambling to try and figure out how to bring people back.
Yeah.
There's been a drop-off in fast food customers, and the biggest complaint has been, I am not getting enough for what I am spending. Yeah. So 2 ways to fix that. The first thing that McDonald's did specifically, because we're going to talk about McDonald's here, is offer a new value menu. $5, and you got 4 items on the menu, similar, Kimmy, to what we knew back when we were kids.
The old dollar menu.
Well, kind of, and it's like less than what it was. Okay. But look, it's something. It gives you an option if you only have $5 in your pocket to go grab some food. The second thing is on the way, and we're going to find out. You want cheaper or you want bigger? We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The status quo will no longer go.
Oh.
I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it happened. So now, these places need to decide: are they going to give us better value,
Ooh.
or are they going to give us bigger food?
But you know what we want.
Well, see, that's the question. You want bigger food, but that's going to have you spending just as much money. One company hedging their bets.
Okay, what'd they do?
Is going to try both.
Big and cheap?
Well, no. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We're not talking about your mom's. Just after 9 o'clock, we got Where They Want It coming up, so sit tight for that. But here's the thing. Maybe you don't want to make a choice between inexpensive or expensive.
Yeah, but I got money. I need money.
Well, I got money for you.
How?
How about your share of $100,000?
$100,000
in a national contest from Odyssey. You download the free Odyssey app. You log in. You listen to WCMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. You get your daily entry. That is your entry for your chance at a share of $100,000. This national contest. Good luck from CMF. So we talked a couple of weeks ago about McDonald's reintroducing a value menu.
Okay.
Now, it's nothing close, Kimmy, to the dollar menu that we all grew up with and loved. You're not going to get a cheeseburger for 25 cents like you could.
Not the same.
It's not the same. But it was an effort. It's a $5 meal where you would get 4 items, if I'm not mistaken, Kimmy. Was it 3 or 4 items?
I thought it was 4.
It's a drink, a chicken nuggets, and a fry and a chicken sandwich
yeah,
or a
like
burger.
I thought it was more than like your standard like value meal.
And this happened because McDonald's and other fast food companies realized people weren't coming as much.
Profits is down.
Yes, they didn't want to spend the money that they were making on fast food because people decided the value of fast food for what they were getting was not worth it anymore. But McDonald's is going to try more than one thing.
Okay.
Because they're not entirely sure if people want to spend less money on less food or they want to spend more money on more food.
Okay.
McDonald's has quietly launched a new, bigger burger.
Okay.
It's called the Big Arch, and it will be the... Why is that funny? It sounds like a McDonald's hamburger.
The Big Arch.
The Big Arch.
All right.
Makes sense.
Right?
Give me a big arch.
The Big Arch, when it debuts, will be the first new permanent menu item for McDonald's since the Chicken McNugget in 1983.
Oh, wow.
So they're locking this
That
thing
was the
in.
last time they added a permanent menu.
That's what it sounds like. So this burger will be 2 patties, cheese, crispy toppings, and a tangy McDonald's sauce.
Kind of sounds like the Big Mac.
Yeah, but no, this is the
Different
Big
sauce?
Arch. And it looks like it may have like poppy seeds on the bun. It's black seeds.
All right.
So right now, it's being tested in Canada and a couple of other countries before it makes its debut. And all in all, the Big Arch, which seems to be the biggest hamburger McDonald's will now offer, will be $9 for this burger, a medium fries, and a Coke.
I mean, under $10 for a big ass burger doesn't seem too bad.
Okay, but well, that's under $10 to the medium. I mean, nobody wants the medium. You go large size first of all, so that's going to tack on another, and then you got the.
So there's a. So when I say it's the medium Big Arch, and then there's a large Big Arch?
Well, no, the burger stays the same.
Yeah, it's the drink and side that changes.
No fast food eating.
So what's the difference?
Like, well, what happens with fennel? Like when you go, do you upsize your fennel when you get it at the grocery store?
You can get Big Fen.
So here's how they get you.
Right.
It used to be that value menus came with all the large stuff, right? Well, all these restaurants started, you automatically get a medium and drink and medium fry, and if you want to upsize it.
All right, so the size I can supersize.
Pay more. Well, no, it's not supersized because it was large. It became supersized. Now it's medium. That becomes large.
Yeah, if I'm eating large, I want large across the board. I don't want a big burger and a medium fry.
So now with tax, you're over $10.
All right, but that's still... I mean, this day and age, if you
saying a lot these days.
I bet you are. I mean, $10. Because I'm trying to think like what it costs. I told you I used to work with a kid when I cut meat, and every day on break, he would go for lunch. He would go get 2 Big Macs, fries, and a Coke, and he'd come. And I mean large, large Coke, large fry, 2 Big Macs.
Sure.
I mean, in comparative price, it's got to be about the same.
I can remember spending $5 on a Big Mac value meal when I was in high school.
Yeah, but you were making way less money. So I'm saying,
no, I understand.
Relatively, I don't think it's.
Yes.
That sounds about with inflation. It should be about.
Well,
that.
but then you also have to wonder, 1, about the quality, 2, about the size of the food, right? I mean, all of these things change over time. What's that thing? Shrinkflation, where all of a sudden stuff that was one size, they try to make it slightly less. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
To me, that doesn't sound like a bad deal.
Oh, so you're gonna go get one?
if I was gonna go, I wouldn't say it wouldn't piss me off going $10 for a hamburger.
But you're also thinking of like a big giant hamburger. We don't know what the size of this thing is going to
Well,
be.
it's got to be
what it's
bigger
gonna
than a
look
quarter
like.
pounder, which is a sizable burger.
Well, is it going to be bigger than a double quarter pounder is my question, because that currently is the biggest burger on the menu.
Oh. But this says this is now their biggest.
That's what it says. Look, man, I don't have the scientific numbers in front of me.
It sounds good.
Well, it sounds like a hamburger.
Right, it sounds like a really good hamburger.
It sounds like every hamburger McDonald's has ever put out.
It's got a tangy sauce.
Oh, wait, you like tangy sauce?
I love tangy sauce.
You're not going to believe this, man.
I've been dying for some.
I have opened a new value tangy sauce business.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Where's it located?
It's in the men's room.
Well, what's it called?
Well, it's called Uncle Pat's Tangy Kiosk. Close your eyes. You don't even have to give me money. I'll give you all the value sauce, all up in your face sauce.
It's double sauce.
You got double sauced up all over your face.
Think about pre-diet Pat. Is there
Pat.
burger on any menu that would have filled you up just the burger?
No, I'll say that. Well, just even with the fries and the drink,
right?
Like when I would go get a double quarter.
Yeah, I don't know many people that just order like one thing, one meal.
I would get a large size double quarter pounder with cheese and a McChicken meal. I mean the meal and then the McChicken on the side.
Yes.
And I would still be like, I could go for some more fries.
Patty, 2 patty.
Technically 3 patty, because you got the chicken
4
patty.
chins. With the bacon shakes.
Yeah, Kimmy, like if you're,
like I mean,
you're talking about Jack Giroux and the Bacon Shake 5. Your husband, if he went to eat this,
even
would
if
have
this was a decent size burger, I still think he's just so used to ordering other things. I don't think he could just order one thing off the menu.
Wait, this wouldn't fill him up?
No.
No.
Not even close, man.
Look, I think the average man, in all sincerity, is not getting out of a fast food restaurant for under $15 just his
But
meal.
is it because you actually aren't full, or is it just because like you're used to like growing up with fast food? That's just how you ordered it.
It's a good question.
It's just habit.
I don't know.
Because you're overeating.
Well, yeah.
But I think it was just
eat
so
a double.
cheap.
I mean, a double quarter pounder with cheese in itself is overeating.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, can I get a half a pound of meat?
So, like, if we all ate like a standard meal, we probably all could afford to eat fast food.
Oh, shut up!
But
Now
because
you're
you all
going the
got to
other-
go for your McFatty extras.
Yeah.
You could eat a standard McDonald's meal, and it probably is affordable.
No, it wouldn't affordable, but it wouldn't fill you up.
It's filling you up, but you
you
got to
pointing at
keep
me?
loading your gullets up.
Yeah. Says man who can't even have a bite of this stuff because he knows the second he eats it, oh no, I'm back again. Oh, it's happening to me.
What am I doing?
Do your J.O. while eating it. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
We got Danger live from Bill's camp
All right.
joining us again. Pads went on yesterday, buddy.
What if we got heated up again?
Oh, we'll find out if it got hot. With the hottest man we know, Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. But before we get there, it's that time,
It's
buddy.
time, buddy.
Is there
You
an
know it's
echo in
time.
here?
Mr. McStar over here.
Mr. McStar?
Yeah. I'm the only 2-time star holder in the break room.
You know, if you say it 5 times without getting another star, it makes you pathetic.
I have doubled your star output since the beginning of the star
What are you, a
race.
CEO? We have double the output of star racing. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to guarantee your shot to get on, you call us right now. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Where are they whining? Happens next here in the break room on CMF. All right.
What happened?
It's been a long time since anyone in this room got a star.
Well, no, I had one recently.
No, you didn't. It was like 3 months ago.
Yeah, that's recent.
It's not. And I feel like this happens when we start to get after each other too much, right? We get angry, we get loud, we don't think straight.
You focus more on each other
You got
than
it.
the actual information.
All right, so I'd like to
No,
propose.
you suck. No, you suck.
Okay.
That was a stupid guess. Actually, that wasn't a bad idea.
I'd like to propose something.
What?
Maybe today we try not to hate each other, and we individually, because of the Olympics, like the Olympics, right?
Yeah.
A lot of those sports, they're individual sports where you're only competing against yourself. Today, in the spirit of the Olympics, maybe.
Come together.
All right.
Well,
No, I think you're right. No, I think we should do that.
You're hanging
I
out.
also want to point out that you've also crapped all over the last two winners' guesses.
You didn't have to point that out.
I was just saying.
No, but I agree. Let's try to unify
Okay.
a little bit.
Good.
Let's do it.
Pick each other up.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's Where They Whine. And by the way, if you want to, I know we've been having a little bit of issues with our live stream every once in a while.
Yeah.
It's a internet provider issue, which is getting taken care of soon. So fingers crossed on that.
Yeah, they'll be here between noon and 6.
You can catch the live stream, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. And if you have not tried it yet, try this.
What's that?
Kind hopped water. It's when you want the taste of a Kind IPA, but you don't want the alcohol or the calories. Reach for a Kind hop water, sparkling, crisp, clean, and crushable. No alcohol, bro. It's water, but it's got hop taste to it.
Okay.
I thought this was the dumbest thing ever. I told it to the faces of all of the guys at Three Heads.
All three phases?
All three of their dumb faces. And then they made me try it, and I love this stuff.
So you hydrate a little bit. That's good.
Yes, go try it. I'm telling you, go try it out. The Kind hopped water with our good buddies at Three Heads Brewing. All right. Everyone knows the rules here, right?
Yeah.
Kimmy's got her post. She's going to read it out loud. She's moved street names, town references. We're going to listen.
You have to listen.
And we're going to figure out where they whine. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now that we've decided to come together, it will be a peaceful.
Yeah.
Don't be a dick, man.
No, I'm serious, man.
All right.
Yeah, I'm ready to unify.
Kimmy,
Yep.
are you ready?
Yep.
Let's do this thing.
Pittsburgh! Victor! Where they whining? Heads up. It's going to be windy the next few days, and apparently... And apparently some of you don't check the weather. Tomorrow is garbage day. Significant gusts of wind are expected. I'd advise you to stop putting your garbage cans out at night and instead roll them out closer to pickup time. Let's do our part to avoid making a mess of our neighborhood. Put your trash can out in the morning, not tonight. The bad weather is supposed to kick up around 1 a.m. Quite frankly, I'm tired of playing toter retriever for the neighborhood every afternoon when the wind picks
Total
up.
retriever.
One of the worst dog makes you can get.
Some of you are more responsible than others, and for that, I thank you. For the rest of you that let your trash blow around all day, do you think it just magically disappears into thin air? No, your neighbors are stuck with it in their yard and it ends up filling up their trash cans. We are all busy. I get that. But it doesn't take time. It doesn't take much time to check the weather every day and be prepared. If you leave your house for work every day and can't be on top of it, your kids are fully capable of being on trash patrol. Some of us are tired of picking up your garbage because you refuse to pay attention to the forecast.
252-WCMF. 252-9263. Tommy?
Yeah.
What are you hearing, buddy?
So where are the picky trash people?
Picky trash people?
Because this sounds like an old coot.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, this has got old coot written all over it.
Huh.
Because first of all, he knows what the weather's going to be like at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
And he's eyeballing the toters first thing in the morning.
He's tote balling?
Oh, yeah. The answer, my friend.
Sorry.
ahead.
We were doing two different songs.
Yeah,
you
we're going
keep
two different directions.
It's all right.
But this is how we're going to build each other up now.
Yeah,
right?
I feel this feels good.
Right. So if I say something, you're not going to react to it at all.
What are you thinking?
Well, I'm trying to think. We actually knew a guy who was kind of a weather dick.
Yeah.
He lived up a northern way. I'm thinking of our old buddy Don.
Oh, yeah.
Don was tuned into the weather.
Uh-huh.
And I got a feeling like he was like an old coot town. You know where I'm picking.
Where are they whining?
I'm taking Webster. What do you think?
That is an interesting pick that you had the right to choose. I know your mic's off. Your mic is off.
Yeah.
See, we're being nice today.
And
Very polite.
And I'm proud of you for making a decision. Way to
Good.
go, Tommy.
All right, thank you. So you're pulling for me, as I for you.
No, well, no, I want to win. I'm not pulling for
No,
you.
but I'm hoping
you.
a good pick. I'm hoping a good, strong pick from you.
You think I'm going to get a good pick?
I'm pulling for you, buddy. I like good competition.
The second this post started, it was over. It was over. I legitimately got to go, because I told you there is a town in this area that gets windier than other towns. And you guys laughed at me for
pretty
years
sure
and
we
years
all
and years.
share the same wind.
Oh,
but
no,
you know
we
what?
don't.
That's a great observation.
We don't share the same wind. And the answer, it turns out, was blowing in the wind.
Oh, okay.
They whine in very close to my house. In fact, this post could be about my street. This post could be about my garbage, my toter. They whine in Henrietta.
Why do you think Henrietta's windier?
Well, because it's a higher elevation. And remember last year when I said that I was smelling smoke before we knew about the smoke coming down from Canada, and you guys said I was
You
stupid?
got this smoke first.
I did, yes. We're higher. Henrietta is the windiest town in the greater Rochester
Okay, so where do you
area.
think the wind blows the hardest? Out by the interstate or by the lake?
Hey, we're being nice today, remember?
Oh, no, I'm just saying, like in general.
Okay.
If we were talking geography.
Where would it blow the hardest?
Yeah. Where would the
Where would
wind
it
blow the hardest?
Where would it blow? I don't know. I'm gonna say in Henrietta. That's where
Okay,
I'm. What do you?
okay,
what, you think that the wind blows harder on the lake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when your mom's up there.
What the F, man? What you mean?
Hey, we
Well,
made
all
it over
bets are
some-
off now.
Okay,
We
you
made it
son
for
of
a
bitch.
minute.
No, I was doing great. You're a dick. 252 WCMF 252-9263. There was one rule and one rule only.
What's that? Play nice.
Shut up. No, I'm done with you. You get one pick and one pick only. If you are on hold and you hear somebody else say your town name, you got two options. You can hang up the phone. No big deal. Try again next week. We won't be offended. Or pick a different town.
Okay.
If you call up and say, I was going to say, but then I went, you have been disqualified. And the commissioner has final say on all. Are we ready?
Yep.
All right, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's start with Cody. Cody, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say that they are whining in Fairport.
Why Fairport?
So I am with Tommy on the senior train, not because he said it, but Fairport has a lot of senior area. The reason why I'm on the senior train is because they're talking about, all you people busy with kids and jobs. Well, you people busy with kids and jobs isn't us people busy with kids and jobs. So I like the senior idea, and Fairport has a lot of seniors.
What do you
A lot
mean,
of
you
senior
people,
apartments,
Cody?
senior communities. Huh?
What do you mean, you people?
Elderly, people like
is that what
us.
you're saying? You people, Cody? Is that what you're saying? All right. So we got you for Fairport, but here's the thing.
Right.
Everybody knows Fairport is not windy.
No wind in
There's
Fairport?
no wind in Fairport.
There ain't no wind in Fairport.
Wow.
Yeah.
Absolutely no wind in. I don't know. I've been in Fairport before when it's pretty windy.
Well, Cody, that makes you a wind puss, buddy, because there is no wind in Fairport. And I don't see that's that you're
I
in
was
another
at
town. That's the
Canal
wind
Days one
blowing.
day, and I watched the tent go down the road. So,
Cody, we got you for Fairport, buddy. Thanks for the call. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
I kind of like Tommy's concept. I'm going to go with Greece. Those winds coming off the lake.
Well, you're going lake wind.
Yeah.
You're going exclusively based on how strong the wind could be, not where the toter situation, young people, old people, garbage blowing.
It's all that wind's coming from Canada, builds up speed over Lake Ontario.
See what you
Oh,
did?
it does.
Here
It's
come the
Greece.
weather dicks. Here they come.
Now, some of that wind can hit 40 knot.
How much is 40 knot?
Like 40 miles
If
an
you knew
hour.
your maritime road laws, you'd know how fast.
Barber, we got you for Greece, buddy. Thanks for the call. All right. I don't want this to become a wind off, right?
It's too late.
Well, look.
We've tried to control the narrative, and it never works.
I've picked the windiest town, so there is no going. You can't win if you can't win if you're going wind. You have to now start to think about where you see garbage blowing around the most, I guess.
All right.
And outside of between Tommy's mom's legs, there are other towns where you're going to see smelly trash everywhere. So where are those towns? You could ask yourself.
You having a good time over there?
I'm loving this. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Armand. Armand, where are they whining, buddy?
I feel just like Tommy. It's a mix of old and young people. So I'm going with Spencerport.
Spencerport. Why Spencerport?
I don't know. It's a little village, little area, nice little neighborhood. It's just really a random guess. I really was trying to narrow it down to like town villages, like, you know, the suburbs that have villages or small little towns within. So I just chose Spencerport.
Okay. Didn't Spencerport win last week?
What was last
No,
week?
East Rochester did.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Armand.
Armand, thank you. Armand is...
I'm doing your job for you.
Shut up, Armand. Shut up. I used to love Armand.
Yeah.
Every week I hate Armand a little bit more
You're
now.
just mad because he got a star.
Yes, he did.
It's all right.
Hey, Armand, I know you real quick. I know you're a rugby player. You've been watching that chick rugby player who's just blasted chicks in the face in the Olympics?
Yes, you're talking about the chick from New Zealand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think USA and New Zealand play at 9 o'clock or a little later at 9:30. And the USA got a nice runner, too. I think she wear like jersey number 12.
There you go.
I don't know their names too much, but, you know.
Right, well, thanks for all the hot rugby insight there, Armand. We appreciate it. Bye, Armand. The one guy
In
we
his
know that
defense,
plays
we
rugby.
asked.
Yeah.
Well, the one
We
guy,
brought it up.
No, he couldn't give us any information. He goes, they got that one chick and then that other chick and then that one chick. I don't know too much about it. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to James. James, where they white, buddy?
Oh, man, you guys got my first, second, third, fourth place.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, could you say that one more time, James?
My first pick, second pitch, third pitch, and fourth pitch are gone. But I got an idea. This has worked every week. It's going to be outlandish. You're going to say it's a poor pick.
Okay.
But Menden.
When did that work for anybody?
I don't think Menden ever hits.
Menden never.
I think we've had a Menden.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I think it's been picked before, yeah.
Okay. He said that his first, second, third, and fourth pick had been picked.
Yes, but he didn't say where.
Dad, what are the rules of this game?
That's not
What
disqualification.
are the rules of this game? He can't come
You
out.
can't say, I was going to say,
He did.
but
He
then
said
I
his first, second, third, and fourth, which would be Webster, Henrietta, Fairport,
How many
and
picks have we
Greece.
had?
5. He named 4 out of the 5. How is that not a disqualification?
I never said a town.
He did. I mean, we don't know, but we don't know which four.
Are you kidding me?
You don't know which
Are
and all
you
that
kidding
crap.
me?
Yeah,
Look, I know
right.
James ain't got a lot going for him, but don't cheat on his behalf, Kimmy.
Listen, it's a tough call there, but he didn't give any hints as to what they were.
This game sucks so hard. This game sucks so hard, and you suck for not having consistent rules, James. We got you for a minute. Thanks for the call. And he's going to lose anyway.
But yeah, it's a lousy pick.
Could have blown him out of there to set an example. Let people know where you stand. 252 WCMF 252-9260. Let's take one more before we get the reread for the folks just joining us. Let's talk to Dave. Dave, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, I think I wrote this thing. I'm not sure, but I know where it is.
Where?
All right.
It's right on the lake, and it's Hilton.
Hilton?
Yeah.
So you're saying it's wind in Hilton, or it's scum bums who ain't putting their toters away in the wind in Hilton? Which one is it?
Both. It's full of both.
Okay. Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Solid pick.
It's both. 252 WCMF. All right, Kimmy, can we get a reread for the folks that are just joining us?
Sure can.
Okay.
Heads up, it's going to be windy the next few days, and apparently some of you don't check the weather. Tomorrow is garbage day. Significant gusts of wind are expected. I'd advise you to stop putting your garbage cans out at night and instead roll them out closer to pickup time. Let's do our part to avoid making a mess of our neighborhood. Put your trash out in the morning, not tonight. The bad weather is supposed to kick up around 1 a.m. Quite frankly, I'm tired of playing toter retriever for the neighborhood every afternoon when the wind picks up. Some of you are more responsible than others, and for that, I thank you. For the rest of you that let your trash blow around all day, do you think it just magically disappears into thin air? No. Your neighbors are stuck with it in their yard, and it ends up filling up their trash cans. We are all busy. I get that. But it doesn't take much time to check the weather every day and be prepared. If you leave your house for work every day and can't be on top of it, your kids are fully capable of being on trash patrol. Some of us are tired of picking up your garbage because you refuse to pay attention to the forecast.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Thanks to the wind of the lake. Tommy is in Webster. I am in Henrietta, which is the windiest town in the greater Rochester area. Cody is out in Fairport. Barber is out in Greece going with Tommy's Wind Lake Logic. Armand, who says he likes rugby and knows nothing about rugby, picks Spencerport. James is out in Mendon, even though he clearly disqualified himself and Kimmy would not disqualify him. Dave is out in Hilton because he might have wrote this one. 252 WCMF. We are slammed with Chris's.
Oh, my God. One of your fantasies.
What happened to being good to each other?
You blew it.
You started it, and then I had to go, how smelly your mom's.
Yes, crotches. And trash flies out of it.
Let's talk to Chris one. Chris, where are they whining, buddy?
Okay, I'm going to take it. I deal with a lot of elderly, rich women who talk about their business every day to me. So I've heard a common story numerous times. I'm going with Brighton.
Why Brighton?
Because that's where I hear all the complaints from.
What do you do for a living?
About the trash. Adelitas, baby.
Oh, hey, all right. Wait, so they come in, they get Mexican food, they bitch about the trash, Chris?
Oh, they drink their sangrias and their margaritas, and I get to hear all the complaints.
You know what I want to do? Get a burrito and bitch about the trash. Oh, Chris, I'll see you soon, buddy. I'm having Adelita's withdrawal, so we'll see you soon.
Sounds good.
All right, there goes Chris. I love that joint, man. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris number 2, Electric Boogaloo. Chris, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Chile.
Why Chile?
I don't know. Just a gut feeling.
Okay.
We're also running out of town.
Chris, thanks for the call. No, there are plenty of towns that are both trashy and windy.
Like what? What's left?
Oh, wait. Maybe I should tell you.
Yeah, go ahead. You almost did, dumbass.
No, I didn't, you idiot. If there was one thing I am confident you will never do.
What's that?
In the history of our relationship is outsmart me.
Oh,
that will never happen.
Goddamn easy.
Do it.
It's coming.
Yeah, is it
I'm
coming?
not going to tell you when. Because you're not going to know till you know.
Been on the air for
I think you won't even know.
over a decade together. It's never happened. You've just been playing the long game. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jason. Jason, where are they whining?
Jason, I am out in Hilton, but I think it is downtown Rochester because there's such a mix of young and old people.
Okay, we
Lots
need you
of
to
wind
pick.
tunnels.
We need you to pick a neighborhood in. You want to go? You're going with downtown.
I was going to go with downtown, but if I had to go with a town, I would say Hilton.
Wait, what?
So he was going to say, okay, all right, yeah, Jason.
Poor
All right.
Jason.
Jason, I don't know what the hell happened there. Like, you somehow just qualified yourself 3 different ways in one
right
sentence.
out the gate.
Like, that was pretty amazing,
Well,
Jason.
someone picked East Rochester, though, so I was going to go with downtown.
Okay. So, wait, you were going to... Jason, you disqualified
Wait,
yourself
did somebody actually pick East Rochester?
4 times. No, that was said. But then he said another town after he said a town.
A lot of towns
before he
being
said
thrown
a town
out there.
He
before.
kind of stumbled out of the gate.
Yeah, Jason, listen, buddy, listen.
Next
You
week, buddy.
Yeah, you sound like a nice guy. Try again next week. We'll be waiting for you, okay?
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Don't
Right,
you
you too,
suck,
buddy.
Jason. Bye, Jason.
Go
All
get
right.
some mama son.
So the town he was going to pick wasn't picked, but he threw it.
You
I'm
picked
sorry,
downtown,
I was on
and
the
then
phone, so I
said
missed some of it.
We
Yeah.
need a neighborhood.
All right.
And
First of all, he did a shout out to his own town.
he said, well, he also answered the phone by saying his own name. Did you
Yes.
catch that? Like he was a
Yeah.
rapper?
Yes.
Hello, Jason on the phone. Jason! 252 WCMF 252-9263. All right, bunch of dudes just falling on their faces.
All right.
Let's get a lady pick in here.
Oh, lady picker.
Let's talk to Kristen. She's on CMF. Kristen, where are they whining?
Penfield.
Why Penfield?
I am so sure this is one of my neighbors because she's like neighborhood police, and I could see her just writing this post.
So what you're saying is your trash blows all over the neighborhood.
No, not mine, because I do pay attention to the wind.
Uh-huh.
But there are many in this neighborhood that do not.
I pay attention to the
Who would have thought there'd been a self-defense sentence of I pay attention to the wind today?
The weather.
Okay, all right, Kristen, we got you for Penfield. Okay, we're back on the right track here. That wasn't a terrible pick
Right.
from Kristen, right? Maybe it's putting the ladies on that's helping us out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep that rolling. Let's talk to Stacy. Stacy, where are they whining?
Small town, Farmington.
Farmington. Why Farmington?
Oh my God. These people are so stupid. They put their garbage out 2 nights before. Windy as all hell. And it all ends up in my yard. And I'm the one that's got to pick it up.
All of the garbage from
All
Farmington?
of it.
No
Yes.
kidding. Can I make an admission?
Yeah.
I won't put it out like early, but like if the garbage
You're
comes.
admitting something that we figured.
Oh, what am I admitting?
We all know the way.
That's just the way you operate.
You don't close your garage. I'm surprised it doesn't just blow out of your garage.
Yeah, like your garage is like my mother's crotch, according to you.
We call it the crotch.
And this is self-admitted, by the way. Like, this isn't a surprise.
So what do you do with your toter?
I expect this out of Tommy. I don't expect this out of you monster. No, I'll just, like, if it's, like, garbage days come by and I'm, like, too lazy, I'll leave my garbage can by the road for, like, 2-3 days after garbage day.
Why?
No.
But you miss garbage day.
No, garbage day happened. It's empty. I'll just leave it on the
Oh,
end
wait, you just don't bring it up?
Nah,
Oh, you don't put it away, though, do you?
Well, we don't put it. Why would I put garbage in my garage?
It's not. It's empty. You put it in the garage.
No, but then I put garbage in the garage. In the king, it's in my garage.
All right.
Stacy, thank you. We got you for Farmington. What a terrible pick that was. 252 WCMF. Let's rip through some real quick. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Pete's on CMF. Petey, where are they whining?
I'm going Hamlin.
Okay. Why Hamlin?
Because the wind blows out there as hard as your mom does.
Man, if only people would have gotten to that joke 10 times before you did, Pete.
Still a good joke.
All right, Pete. Great call, man. Have a good rest of the day. I love how it's become so vicious. You don't even need a joke. Your mom, dudes. What? 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
I guess I got to go with Canandaigua.
Why do you have to go with Canandaigua?
Because I was going to pick boop, but, I can't say boop because it's already been picked.
You beeping yourself? I hate Steve so much right now.
Self-editing, Steve.
Steve, do you have a Canandaigua reason, or that's the random pick you're making?
That's random pick.
All right, great, Steve. Go bleep yourself, buddy. Thanks for the call. Steve having a great day this morning. All right, we'll take one more call.
All right.
This has been a complete disaster of a Where They Whining.
Who we got? Who's left?
Well, the man who closes us out every time.
Oh.
The best bleeping call we take every morning. Ben's got the last word. Ben, where they whining?
James and whoever the hell that last guy are should be disqualified.
Why?
But anyways, they literally said I was going to say bleh, but then I said, yeah, come on, man. Anyways, I'm going with Churchville because every time I drive through Churchville on 490, it's literally the worst, windiest place I've been in the entire city. Anywhere else is fine.
I mean, he does drive a lot.
He does, yeah.
And he knows his stuff.
Yeah. And
he knows.
Yeah.
Is Churchville full of trash?
Probably.
I don't know. Wait, no, there is a landfill close to there.
Well, that wouldn't.
I forget what.
Well, you asked.
Go with Churchville.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Ben. I've made the decision to try and not be a dick today on account of the Olympics.
Yeah,
right.
right.
So that was a great
USA.
call. Great pick.
USA.
The Unity Show.
I can tell you mean it, Pat. I can really tell.
Great to talk to you,
Have
Ben.
a good one, buddy.
And I wish you have a great day. Goodbye, Ben. Okay. Let's recap.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
You, Tommy, are in Webster. I'm in Henrietta. Cody is out in Fairport. Barber's out in Greece. Armand is in Spencerport. James is in Mendon, who clearly should have been disqualified, but Kimmy went soft on us today. Dave is in Hilton, because he probably wrote this. Chris is in Brighton, because at his Mexican restaurant, when they come in, the ladies in Brighton, they bitch about trash.
Right.
Chris the second is out in Chile. Jason disqualified himself somehow 4 different times in a 30-second thing.
Yes.
He also answered the phone by saying his own name.
They whining in Jason.
Kristen got us back on track with Penfield. She thinks it's her neighborhood. Stacy then picked Farmington because she thinks it's her neighborhood. Pete's out in Hamlin because my mom knobs dudes. Steve is in Canandaigua because beepity beep, and Ben is in Churchville. Are we ready?
I'm thinking we got a winner this week. We're pretty spread out.
We have 1, 2, much like your mom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 guesses.
We got to have
She's got a smile on her face, so something happened.
I think it's bad.
Is it bad?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. She only smiles when bad things happen to us. All right, let's do this.
Let's do it.
Webster! Why are you smiling? Hilton! Why are you smiling?
Where they whining? We have a winner this week, and you are gonna hate it because they whining.
Yeah.
In the windy world of Webster.
Oh my God! I am a 3-time champion. I'm a 3-star general. Tommy hat trick.
The land of toter retrievers.
T Breeze does it again. On a breezy pick.
Oh my god.
3 freaking.
You picked the wrong day to not say anything mean.
Shut up. You shut
I'm
up.
speechless right
you
now.
Shut
USA.
up. You can't speak.
USA.
You're the
Tom
only one that's been
Muley.
talking.
USA. Tommy Muley.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Oh,
I'm not.
3-time champion.
Shut up. Shut up.
He's on the podium, everybody.
Shut up. And I love how he goes, I'm speechless. He was the only one talking the entire time.
Unbelievable.
Let's take a break, and we can take this anger out on Danger, who is live at the Australian camp next here in the break room on CMF. The injury bug has hit the Buffalo Bills, and based on a move they literally just made, it does not look great for one of the most important positions on the field. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We are joined. Why are you laughing?
Because of what Danger said. First camper, nobody's hurt.
A man who we welcome into the break room, brought to you by A Swim and Leisure, Charlie Ave and Ridge Road in Webster, aswim.com, and by Maddie's Motorsports, locations in Farmington, Spencerport, and Dansville, maddie'smotorsports.com. Please welcome from The Fan, 95.7 The Fan, the Sports Bar 3 to 6 every weekday, the man who jinxed our season, Mike Danger. Hey, Danger, how are you, buddy?
Oh, it's me, right? It's my fault. We believe in jinxes. We don't create our own luck. That's fine. You live your life that way, Pat. That's totally healthy.
Again, I warned you about this. So one of the positions that we're keeping an eye on, like receivers, a big deal.
Well,
we talked yesterday about how the rotation of defensive ends are a big deal for the Bills this year, but safety is the most important position on the defense. You are losing two veteran safeties who were arguably the best tandem in the NFL, and they're trying to replace them with a third-round pick in Cole Bishop. They're trying to replace them with Taylor Rapp, a guy who saw reps last year, but Bills fans are lukewarm on. You got Damar Hamlin, who's getting first-team reps. We all know about Damar. And then there was another guy, Danger. Who was that other guy that was on the field up until he wasn't?
What, the guy that was recovering from shoulder surgery all off season and now has a hamstring issue? Yeah, they're a little thin at safety with with that injury there on the back end. But you know what? What we've seen so far out of Damar Hamlin, what we've seen so far out of Cole Bishop hasn't been terrible. And Mike Edwards, we don't know the severity of this hamstring injury. The tough part for Edwards is for him to try and fight for a spot on this team. He's not available. He's not on the field, and so that's going to make his road to a roster spot just a little bit more tough.
Well, we may know a little bit more about Mike Edwards' injury because the Bills have signed a veteran safety today to a one-year deal. Kareem Jackson is his name. He literally just ran out of the tunnel wearing number 27 to have his first practice. He's 36 years old. It's
a little long in the tooth, man.
He's a 10-year NFL vet, and this actually matches up with what McDermott's into. I mean, Danger, he seems
older
like...
dudes?
Danger McDermott is a guy who it seems values wisdom,
leadership
over athleticism, especially when it comes to playing specific positions on his defense.
So like him old.
Well, yeah. I mean, a guy who's been around and knows what he sees. Danger, the fact that you signed a 36-year-old safety to a one-year deal this morning and released a linebacker to do it tells me this injury is not good for this Bills back end.
Look, I think you want a veteran guy back there, but I don't know how much of playing time you're going to see Kareem Jackson make. In fact, this is something that the Bills have done with the McDermott and Bean era, bringing in veteran guys. Remember Kirk Coleman, who came into camp?
Who could forget Kirk Coleman? Everyone's
just a
favorite character in an 80s sitcom. What was that?
Just absolute guy that,
Welcome back, Kirk.
Knows the system, knows the defense, knows where he needs to be. And if anything, it's a guy that can help with the bringing along of Cole Bishop or making sure that Taylor Rapp knows where he needs to be at all times. I don't put a ton of stock into the signing. I see that it's a one-year deal, but I don't know what that means. And I think just like anybody, he's going to be here at camp fighting for a roster spot.
Okay, so let's talk about safety a little while longer because there is an option if things go terribly, right? Because it looks like Taylor Rapp, Tommy, who was with the Bills last year, and he had some flashes of great plays. He also had some bonehead penalties. There were times where he had lapses in coverage, but it was his first time in a very...
He's a kid.
Well, no, he's not. But it was his first year in a very complicated system. Cole Bishop, the rookie third-round pick out of Utah. And by the way, he looks like he is from Utah. Like, that dude drinks orange high C and fluffernutter sandwiches every day for lunch, right? You know what I mean by that. Danger, he was getting, it seems, rave reviews from Coach McDermott when they got back together after the break, saying that, the time when they were off, he got his head into the playbook and they could see it on the field. Damar Hamlin seems like a long shot to be your starting safety, and that's not a knock on Damar Hamlin. I mean, he's a special teams guy. He always has been on this team. When he played significant time, it was when both Poyer and Hyde were missing a couple of years ago. Micah Hyde is still a free agent, Danger. I mean, is that a feasible option for this team if they decide either Hamlin, Bishop, or Kareem Jackson isn't the answer next to Taylor Rapp?
My question would be, why didn't they just sign Micah Hyde instead of Kareem Jackson?
It's a good question. So does that answer the question?
I think that tells you all you need to know about how they feel about Micah Hyde's health. And look, Micah Hyde's a nice player, and we'll always remember the time he and Poyer spent in that defensive backfield. But let's not forget that last year, those guys were held together with bubble gum and duct tape, man. I mean, like that neck injury
Well, they need a new
was
doctor.
severe enough to keep him off the field. So I think them signing Jackson tells you all you need to know about how they feel about the prospect of Micah Hyde rejoining this team.
Well, I mean, I looked at that potentially as Hyde still deciding whether or not he wants to commit to another full NFL season. They had to make a move to just get a body in camp, maybe.
Right.
I mean, look, danger to me right now with the situation that they're in. There is now like a 5-day shot clock. If within the next 5 days there is not a Micah Hyde sighting at camp, then there's absolutely no chance that it happens.
I don't think he's coming back, guys. I don't think he's coming back. And I think the signing today is just a matter of, hey, the plan wasn't to get Cole Bishop first-team reps this quickly. I think he's a rookie and he's learning the playbook, and it's an extensive playbook to learn. In fact, Taylor Rapp has been the only constant with the first-team defense throughout camp, and that's because he got his nose in a playbook and did a lot of studying through the course of last season into this season. So I think that what you're seeing with this signing today is just another body, somebody that can come in and be a veteran presence to help string along a Cole Bishop while Mike Edwards heals.
All right, so here's how old new Bills safety Kareem Jackson is.
How old is he?
He is so old that last year when he played with the Houston Texans, his head coach, D'Amico Ryans, was once his teammate for 2 seasons.
Okay. He's a little up there.
Yeah, it's okay, but again, probably okay. It's probably okay. Mike Danger, live with us from Buffalo Bills training camp. You can catch him every weekday, 3 to 6, live on 95.7 The Fan. I do want to talk to you about a question. You guys had Greg Rousseau on, Bills defensive end, yesterday?
Yeah.
And you asked him about Von Miller. Now, Von Miller, in some comments in the offseason, Tommy, and I'm paraphrasing, said that he shouldn't have been out there. He may have pushed himself too hard to get back out on the field. And Danger, trying to dig deep, because that's journalistic integrity that he has, asked Greg Rousseau, his teammate and defensive line partner, if Von Miller looks different this year, looks better in camp than he did last year. And, Danger, that's a fine question. My question to you about the question, what the hell did you think he was going to say?
Well, look, I was hoping that you would hear him say, kind of verify what Von was saying. Von's words are his words. His actions are an entirely different thing. So last year, was he really, a step slower last year? Was he really favoring that knee last year when he was trying to make the comeback to get on the field? Or is it really like, can you tell that difference between Von Miller this year versus Von Miller last year, still rehabbing at this point last year and kind of pushing himself to get back on the field? And to hear Von Miller say it, like, look, Von Miller's a talker, right? I mean, like, Von Miller will say a lot of things, and a lot of things that he says don't necessarily come to fruition.
Everything he's ever said in Buffalo, like the opposite. He's like
happens.
you. Like, you speak, and then bad things happen, and then Von speaks, and bad things happen.
I'm the Von Miller of Rochester radio.
I wouldn't say that out loud. That's probably not a good thing to say right now. But no, I was just like waiting. Like, after you asked that question, Danger, I'm like, wait, Greg Rousseau, no, he looks terrible. It was bad. It's bad, guys. What are we doing here?
Yeah, well, I think that a guy that's probably on the field next to, Von Miller can give us a little bit of insight as to just how much better he looks this year versus how he may have looked last year.
No, Danger, look, you looked very handsome asking the question. You sounded very professional asking the question. When it comes to handsome and professional questions, nobody in this town beats you.
Oh, I always go to D-Bag.
I also asked him the question you wanted me to ask him, which is, does Sean McDermott like the fights?
And?
He said he didn't really answer the question. He actually said, it's good. It's good that we do it. He kind of answered it the way I answered it yesterday when we talked about this. But I did talk to a Bills beat reporter on the sideline who told me McDermott hates the fights, hates teammates going at each other.
I mean, he seems like that guy, right? Like, he wants peace and love, and we're going to work hard.
Camaraderie.
We're going to work hard together. We're all going to stand behind each other. Stop looking at your friend like that. All right, so Dange, one more question before we let you go here. Yesterday was the first day of pads. Josh Allen once again walks out as Hoodie Josh Allen, which means he's dialed in today. Yeah. It seems that even with the pads coming on, Keon Coleman is taking steps further, the second-round pick wide receiver.
Stepping up?
Well, yeah. I mean, he had a couple of nice grabs, at least from what we saw yesterday coming from camp. I know, Danger, that optimism about especially a running back or a wide receiver in training camp is a dangerous thing to have. Am I allowed to get excited about the potential connection and usage of Keon Coleman this coming season?
Yeah, of course you are. This is the season for that, right? This is the season of hope and the season of optimism, and Keon Coleman looks decent. I mean, he's also had a couple of drops. He's also had a couple of fumbles. I mean, like, it hasn't been perfect, but that's what this time of year is for. I will say the catch of camp so far was yesterday. When you had Curtis Samuel going up and getting one from Josh. It was a fantastic catch, getting behind Jamarcus Ingram in coverage, and looked really, really good. So there's, Mac Hollins has been somebody that has been targeted by Josh Allen to great effect through the course of training camp as well. So there's plenty of reason to be optimistic about a lot of these guys, but it is still just practice. It is still training camp, and you want to see it on a game day and see what they actually look like. And now the name that is everybody excited because Sean McDermott just heaped praise on him during his press conference yesterday is Tyrell Shavers. Tyrell Shavers, who you could argue is, fourth on this depth chart, fifth, sixth, seventh on this depth chart behind guys like, Mac Hollins, behind guys like Samuel Coleman, certainly Shakir. So these are all guys fighting. Last year the Bills carried 5 wide receivers. These are all guys fighting for 1, maybe 2 spots. And I don't think any of it is guaranteed. I think all of these guys are fighting for their reps.
Tyrell Shavers is a great football
name. Awesome name.
Right? I want him to make the squad just for his name.
I think I stole
better
some
football
of those.
name. Justin Shorter, Tyrell Shavers.
Tyrell Shavers, way better football name than Justin Shorter.
What about KJ Hamler?
That's a good one.
KJ Hamler, we've talked about this. KJ Hamler is a sandwich specialty at like a diner in
Menu
Minnesota.
item.
Yeah. Like you go to Juicy's for a KJ Hamler. You watch a football game with a Tyrell Shavers in it, Danger.
I got it. Okay.
Hey, Danger. So we're gonna you guys are gonna have the day off tomorrow. We'll have you back Thursday. Who are you guys talking to today on the Sports Bar 3 to 6 on 95.7 The Fan?
We will speak with Buffalo Bills general manager Brandon Beane.
Oh,
big
top
man,
guy,
boss man.
Hey, you should.
The
ask
Bills
him
carry the second most dead cap space in the NFL, behind only Denver going into this season. So constructing this roster, I'm sure, was no small feat. And we'll talk to him a little bit about that this afternoon.
Okay, ask him whose football name is better, if it's Shorter, Shavers, or Hamler.
I will.
All right. Danger, always a pleasure. Catch him every weekday 3 to 6 here. No, not here. On 95.7 The Fan, the Sports Bar. Have fun today, buddy.
Thanks, bud.
All right, there goes Mike Danger. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CM. That's going to be Rabbaroo.
The 2 for Tuesday, Rabbaroo.
Yep, the twofer's coming up with Jolene.
Jolene! Don't take my music away.
She's not going to take your music away. In fact, she's going to try and give you cash.
Oh, bless her heart.
Well, you can go right now for your chance at $100,000.
$100,000, Jolene.
Your share of $100,000. Download the Odyssey app. Log in, listen to 96.5 WCMF for 1 hour on the app each weekday to get your daily entry for a chance at your share of $100,000. In this national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way. Tomorrow's a Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, we get our hate on.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week. And we were so enthralled by Danger jinxing the injury-free bills that we went along. So we got to go.
All right.
For Kimmy, who ruined everybody's day multiple times and where they went.
Didn't mean to. I can't give you guys hints.
For Tommy Muley.
Yeah.
Who sucks so hard.
3 times.
Yeah.
3-star
That's
sucker.
what I heard.
I'm a 3-time 3-star sucker.
Sure, we'll go with